That's right. Woo, woo, woo. Woo. We are here. We are here. We are here today. Woo! Day 2, baby. It's lit. Hell yeah. Alright. Let's begin. You already know why you're here. It's not to see me actually do it, it's to see my face as it slowly deteriorates. Oh man. But, you know, anything's possible with belief. God bless. God bless. And I believe that I can do this. Do you believe me? I already know you believe me, because you already have the luck. You have the luxury of seeing me already do it. And so you're like, oh, of course I believe you. I can see day 82. 3,700 out of 4,000. Of course I believe you can do it. Oh, well, thank you very much for your really going out on a limb. Respect. Respect. Nah, seriously, respect. Oh, let me tell you, I'm keen for this. Keen. How do I... Keen. I don't want to show too much, because, you know, you guys got to get the course. Like, the course is legit genius. Literally, this technology that these gentlemen have put on, my goodness, this is some seriously sick tech. Someone tried to tell me the other day, oh yeah, like, I reckon we have, like, just stagflated, like stagnated in terms of technology and in terms of nothing of value has been added. Like, we're just still riding the wave of the iPhone. Bro, these guys came out with this like late 2018, early 2019. This is some tech. All right, it may not have anything to do with computers, but like, thank you very much. It may not have anything to do with computers. That's my maid. She's Latina. That's racist. Don't actually. Sorry, I was just trying to be like Family Guy. No. How dare you? Nah, but true though. I could be a maid. I honestly, and on one day I might be, because like, there's nothing wrong with being a maid, and it's really rude just to say like all Latinas are maids, all Latinos are maids, you know? Nah, just kidding. I wish we could go back to the days of like where everyone didn't take each other at such face value, and like we understood humor a bit more, or like the Family Guy type humor, where they're just explicitly. Maybe that's just me, because like I just love impersonations. Impersonations are just my favorite type of humor, but I don't think that somewhere along the line, like stereotypes. Someone like people like sucked out the humor. They're like, oh, that's a stereotype. That's a stereotype. Like the fun police almost. And it's like, dude, like we all are on the same page. It's just we're here for a long time and we're just trying to like pass the time, like have a joke, have a laugh, you know, smoking, sitting, having a laugh, and the days will go on and on. If you haven't listened to Australia Street yet, highly recommend. One of the best bands of all time. I could listen to that song on repeat for like 4 or 5 years and be very happy. Wait, nah, I'll just hurry up and like, you know, I'm just procrastinating. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Day 2. So I was here, dude. Day 1 was a long day. I'm not gonna lie, but day 1. I mean, people do like 24 hour streams and they think they're lit. People do like 48-hour streams and like they think they're lit. I'm thinking if I hit I'm gonna do a 72 one. And if I hit 72, you may as well go for 80. And if you hit 80, you may as well go for 100. So like, I'm just gonna, because I think personally, like if you do a 24-hour stream, that's just the base level. 50-hour stream is like, all right, I'm gonna give a bit of respect. But like, I'm talking down on this because like I know I'll easily hit 100 hours. Like, maybe not easily, but like, you know, it'll be done. And so I hate all these pansies who try to do like a 48-hour challenge, and they bitch it at like hour 32. Like, dude, obviously you're gonna. It's a sine wave, you know. You just got to get through that down, and that like obviously that was on the down of that hour 32, but you get through that and you're gonna up again. I mean, seriously, but they give up at the hour 32 and they let everyone down. Like they said they're gonna do a 48-hour stream, and they don't. So I'm just thinking, I've always said like these guys are pansies, but I realized the other day, if you say all these things like, oh, these guys are pansies who wimp out of like a 48-hour stream 30 hours in, people think that you're just like basically full of it. And I'm like, no, until you do something, like until you can say like, oh, like I know that's for certain because like I've done 100 hours, and they're like, okay, fair enough, he can say 30 hours, but like until you've done it, you just sound like a nobody almost, like just like a little even though I know that for certain, like I'm gonna hit 100 hours, like a 100-hour stream. It's what the other people think. What is this? Oh, that's just the camera. All right, I've procrastinated more. All right, I'm just saying it was such a long day, but like that's not gonna be nothing. The longest is gonna be this 80-hour. My goodness, that is gonna be hectic. I'm actually keen for it, cause like. I know, like, it's gonna be it's gonna be sick. 80 hours, dude. And I know once I hit 80 hours, like, you hit 80 and you're like, dude, I'm already here. I'm already 80% of the way. You just dig in for that extra 20%. And if there's people in Guantan who are like, who can be kept up for like weeks, you know, and they still don't give up their colleagues. I mean, I'm certain I could muster a bit of courage and do it in this environment. You know, like if those people, I think there's clearly the human spirit clearly has the strength. Misguided maybe, but like you can't deny the strength. You know, that's what a lot of people don't get. Like they don't go like, I hate that idea, but I respect the courage. Like things can be good, like the idea, like you don't take something in its totality and go, it's all bad. You got to take things are like made up of like all smaller components. So something can be like evil in totality. Doesn't make every essence, doesn't make all the parts of what made that evil. It makes like maybe the objective evil, but like if it showed courage, if the people showed courage and showed loyalty, those are two good things, and I think you should be able to say that is respect. That loyalty was respect, and without being like paint on the brush. Oh, you were a sympathizer. Oh, I'm just saying, I'm respecting that these people are full on like. I'm respecting the strength of the human spirit, basically. Like when the human spirit believes something, these people have proven like it can be tossed through the washing machine, lights on, lights off, like full on, like the guy with the crossbow from Walking Dead, like with sieves, but it can be done. So if it's done, if those people can do it, I'm saying I can do it. Easy. You're gonna see it. Right now, you guys are like, oh yeah. No, actually, you guys, if you listen to this, you've already seen it done. So it's like, not going to be a big deal for you, but like, what I'm saying is, if people listen to me now, they'd be like, oh yeah, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. You really got to like mold your person through like really the trial by fire before it's like, damn. Which I think is very fair. But what happens is like, means that sometimes like ideas, which are like good ideas, people really need to see it practically before they have any belief. But it's like, if you can tie like 3 things that are like 90% correct, so 90%, 90% trialed in reality, 90% trialed in reality, 90% trialed in reality, and you got those 90% things, and then your idea is like here, like just on the outer ring, maybe 10% different, but it's very similar to these 3 ideas. People still don't believe it. It's like, no, I'm just going to follow what all the other people have done. That's what's happening with the Mandarin blueprint. People are sleeping on this like so hard. I feel so sorry for these gentlemen. These guys are like literal inventor geniuses on possibly the level of Tesla. And I'm not talking Musk. I'm talking the dude, you know? These guys, I mean, maybe on the level of Tolkien in terms of just the ability to invent. Like, Tolkien was like invented all this language and people thought he was lit. These guys invented the best possible way to learn language like that has ever been created, and no one knows about them because you need to show you need to show how good it is, and that's what this is about. Because like, I know how genius these guys are, but like, and I can talk all day about how they took this concept of like memorizing a deck of cards, right? I see BA doing it now, but like, I have done it, all right? And look, I'll do it. I mean, you'll see me do it later, but whatever. I can do it. And before Todd Sampson, what a G, by the way. Russell's cool as well, but like, Todd's a real G. Just because, I mean, if you look at his Google, it's updated from just like ad dude to Australian TV presenter. Like, respect, mad respect. And this gentleman showed me how like the meta in the memory games, the most effective tactics available, as Samrock told me, it's been coined the meta, META, most effective tactics available for memory techniques. Is like, as you've seen in episode 3, if you watch the Sherlock, then you Sherlock, it's a memory palace. And like, before, if you told me, before I watched Todd Sampson, I thought like, trying to remember a deck of cards with the wrong system, bro, like, let alone trying to remember it in a minute, like, let alone trying to remember it in like 30 seconds, you know, or like 25 seconds. But with the right system, you can blitz through it. Like, first time I learned how to remember a deck of cards, and I'm not smart, by the way, I just have the right system. That these, like, the memory geniuses created the right system. I copied that system, and I can remember a deck of cards. Like, same example with Mandarin Blueprint. I didn't come up with the system. These geniuses did it. They put it all, like, it is like one of the, it is a work of art, but I'm saying what type of, on what level? Like the Nike wings, not like the company Nike who like full on jacked that word and meaning Nike. I'm talking like the Nike wings outside the front of the Louvre. Like, that is the beauty on which this course, don't even call it course, this work of art, beautiful like language teaching method is, system and method. Like, it is so sick. So what the meta is like, you give meaning to like a card. Like, for me, this is Juliet. And like, you know, Shakespeare's girl. I guess Romeo's girl. Rest in peace, by the way. Sorry for the spoilers. But like, you give each card a person, and they really become the person. Like, this is not the Six of Hearts. This really is Juliet. And like, she really does. And like, she is, in my head, it's like full on drinking poison. And I hope that's her. I mean, maybe that's Romeo's, but like, I haven't looked at my system in a few months. But like, you know, it's there. And what these gentlemen have done is they took the same meta strategy, like the best strategy for memory techniques, and then they applied it to learning like Mandarin and kanji, or like just like the East language type deal. And then they perfected it, made it even better, and they made it better. Pretty much perfected it. I would say perfected it. It is so sick. And no one knows about it. Their channel has like 2,700 subs. Bro. These guys full on like create the best possible way of learning like one of the hardest languages. It's not hard if you use this method. Like, you'll see it. I'll full on get like 4,000 words, like a full on like in like 100 days. Like, dude, like, hell, like, you'll be mad, you'll be jealous, and then follow my lead when I'm chilling in the East. Like, what's up? Like, you guys wish you could do that. Or you guys, like, you can go. You guys, you're forced to just go to Europe and, you know, USA and English-speaking countries, and like, because you want to go to like the East Asia, but like, check it out. It's mad, but you won't be able to. Well, now you can just follow my lead. 100 days it takes you full on. Like, I mean, honestly, these guys add this, I reckon, like, create like a course for like, if you're just a traveling one, and let's say it's like just like 300 characters of like, and not, because when you, those phrases, like those ones that was like, learn these phrases, they're so bad. Like, this just do not stick to your memory at all. You'll see how well this memory this system sticks to like your mind. You'll see it with me. Like, it is just unbelievable, like, how genius these two gentlemen are. And I mean, they're going to be known after this for certain, but like, it's just what I'm trying to prove is like, or say is, people will sleep on a really good idea. People will sleep on the meta. You can theory craft it, you can talk about how good it is, all you want, and like with the best reasoning. And even with reasoning that is like full on, has examples that are very grounded in reality, but if it's taking that step into the unknown, people only go into the unknown if they are led, if they are shown. You have to lead by example. It's very true. So I guess like you can say like, oh, just share your food. But I mean, if you're not the one who's like sharing the food first, you're not going to be able to feed like thousands of people. I mean, you can't just say to everyone, share your food. No, that's not the way you tell everyone to share the food. You have to like give your food and lead by example. Same idea. I mean, it seems like you can be told that, and you can have it in your head, but you have to like, when you really see it, it's like, wow, it really is true. You lead by example into the unknown. I mean, for people, this is the unknown, but for me, it's like so obvious because like of how OP this technique is. Like, so I learned it. The system. I started at 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. I then had all the characters' names and objects down by about 8 p.m. And then I had my first deck by 11:58. And then after that, now I can like not look at my system for like a few months, and then like still get it. It might take me like 35 minutes, but I can remember that deck of cards. I mean, if I practiced, I could probably get it down to like, I mean, I could easily get it down to like 30 seconds. But, you know, you don't get any diminishing returns, dude. Like, seeds. I'd rather do this. Like, this is way more lit. And I'm telling you, the East has so much to offer us. Like, the East is lit. The West is lit, don't get me wrong. But, like, the West is definitely at the end of the long-term debt cycle. Sad to say. And the East, where all of the West taxes for our generation, they just have to be, the taxes are just, they just have to be risen. Like corporate taxes, personal taxes. And that means that there's less spending. And if there's less spending, then there's less wage growth. And if there's less wage growth, and there's less, people are less willing to take risks. And if there are people less willing to take risks, then less new ideas are able to be like found. Basically, like, because of this contraction that the West is going to be going over, because we're at the end of the long-term debt cycle, the West is going to like contract just based on how it works, because like our taxes, like it's just how it works. Like, you have to repay that $20 trillion tax. Like, debt. You'd like literally have to. I mean, and how do you do that? You like, you try to like hold it off for as long as possible. Like, saves. Next person do it, because that's what the president's always like. They're like, dude, so unpopular. It is so unpopular to raise taxes. I mean, HW did it. That was pretty brave. I know it's pretty controversial to give the Bushes any credit, but like in 2020. But like, raising the taxes is a brave thing to do for any politician, because it's always in their incentive to let the next guy do it, because it's so much easier to spend the money and get popular. But what I'm saying is, like, eventually, and it will happen, it's like Congress, our parliaments, like Australian Parliament, they're all going to be like, dude, like, the debt ceiling, like, it was lenient before, but like now, like, no, it's not going to be the next dude. We're going to have to. I mean, I hope they're not thinking like, oh, we're just going to let the military-industrial complex solve that $20 trillion problem. That would be super evil. And America, I don't think America can afford that, because like they really are like the good guys, because of after World War II, full on like bankrolled, like save the world. And like, if they like think that the military-industrial complex is gonna like get them out of that $20 trillion hole, then, I mean, bro, they would be like, no one would respect America at all. Like, they would just be written off like, nah, dogs. So like, they just have to pay back that debt. And that means that the East, who has all the West debt, and I'm not talking America, just America, like all of the West is in debt, like really, very much so, like pretty hectically. But where one contraction is another opportunity. So you can be like really like sad, like I love the West, like, and like fight tooth and nail, like, but like you can love the West and then still like take opportunities in the East, where, because once the taxes raise in the West, start paying back that debt, then that gives the East opportunity to like grow and spend more money, and then all the smartest minds are going to go there, because like that's where the opportunity is. And it's like a pulse, like East versus West with the debt cycle. And we're at the beginning of the contraction for the West. I'm pretty sure this was the West. And then the expansion, like it's beginning. So right now it's like this, equal, and it's beginning to like, I screwed it up. I can't remember which one is East and West, but like, the point is, it's like it will control. America's still like trying to like expand because like they really messed up with the expansion. Like you gotta, there's one thing to be 20 trillion in debt with like really good hospitals, really good roads, really good bridges, really good infrastructure basically. But dude, to be 20 trillion in debt with like a country that's falling apart, like, oh my god, that's so irresponsible, so stupid, like just terrible decision making. But like vengeance was needed, I suppose. So like what we're gonna see, this $20 trillion debt, just US, and if you take all the West debt, it's like, I don't know what it is, but it's like big. It's a lot. Who owns that debt? It's the East. So then when we're paying, when the West increases its debt, it's then giving that money to the East, and then the East has more money to play around with. So simply, and if you cannot communicate, dude, if you cannot even speak their language, the East language, then like you are full on out of opportunity. You're just not even let into the game. It's like trying to play like a game. It'd be like trying to play soccer, but like you're picking up the ball with your hands, and like people are like, what, dude? Like, you're just ruining for everyone. Or like, we're not gonna, no, not even, you're ruining for everyone, leave. And then everyone's gonna kick you out, because like, dude, like you just not even communicating with us on the way that we like need to like play this game. As simple as that. Like, go away. So like it's in your best interest to do this method, because like it's the best method, and the East is going to like rise, like for certain. Not like in a like, oh, they're rising, run, they're rising, the West is doomed, no, dude, I'm saying like it's just will rise in terms of just how, if you have more money to spend, because people are being taxed over here, they're paying the debt, then they now have more money to spend on infrastructure, spend on technology, to spend on new ideas, and the opportunity will be in this quadrant of the world. And if this quadrant of the world speaks predominantly Mandarin, because I mean, it's just how clever homogenous, clever hegemonies work, is they try to like, they homogenize their sphere of influence like the English did. And that's why, I mean, really America really thinks America thinks that they're like their hegemony, and I guess they are. Like they think that they're way more influential than they really are, because like at the end of the day, like what language do the Americans speak? They speak English. So it's like, dude, really what I'm saying is like, you got to look at the language, and that like shows you like the language that's spoken predominantly at the time is like really where like the true influence has come from. So for example, Latin, like, you know, we all speak Latin. That's remnants. No, we don't all speak Latin. We all speak. When you look into the way the West speaks, the history of it, like that, we get clues that it's descended from Latin. That's like proof of how influential Rome was, and that was like that was like the American or like the English Empire of back then. And so Mandarin is going to be like lit once the West starts paying back their taxes. And if you want to play their game, like if you want to be involved in all these new opportunities, all this like spending, basically like just spending human capital, spending like, just, woo, there it is, like, that spending is only going to be on the east, only be on the east, and like the east, they're not going to be like, you think they're going to be very happy when it's like you just rock up thinking like, in their like town, like, and you're like, got an interpreter there, you really going to like make, business at the end of the day is really, people say like, and it's true, but like I'm saying, like the smartest people say like business is about relationships. All the smartest people say this, and it's like, how good of a relationship can you really have with someone if you like constantly have an interpreter there? You can be like super rich, but like, I mean, how much can you trust someone if you constantly have an interpreter there? I mean, probably not very. And if you want to play, they're the people who are going to have the money to play with. And if you want to try and convince them, so you might still, I'm not saying you have to move to the east forever in perpetuity and the west is doomed and going to fall, like some pessimistic losers are thinking it's going to happen. Like, no, bro. No. That's just like so disrespectful to like the spirit of the USA, basically. I mean, I don't really give that much credit to the Europeans because they're pretty elitist, and it's the Americans who are like, whenever, like, they're always like making, the Europeans are always like the elitist type of mindset of, oh, we're so moral, but then, and like, oh, we would never do that, oh, like, screw America because they're so like evil because of these like evil things, and then they just, it's like they can't see, it's like they're in theory land and they're not like dealing with the practicalities of like what's happening right now. And America's like seeing what's happening right now because they've got the NSA eyes all seeing like, whoa, we are the information kings. And that's why, by the way, the West isn't like doomed to like fall and like, we're screwed, the West is done. No, do not have that mindset. The information that the West has is OP and like is like literally disgusting. It's disgusting. Oh my goodness, like the information, and information is pretty much like how everyone makes their decisions. It's all based on information. But the people, what it's going to be is the people with the capital. It's like the East here, big capital, big spending, because remember, West is going to be paying back the debt. It will happen. Going to pay the East. East's going to expand. There's going to be more opportunities in the East. These are the people with the information on how to spend best this capital. And so what needs to happen for you guys is, if you want to make best going into the next like 70 years basically, and after that like 300 will be to, maybe not 300 to get over the damning, but definitely 70, is it's going to be this battle, and the game's going to be played. It's going to be a battle between who can best communicate the information to the people with the means. Is it the means to make something happen? So there's people with the means to make something happen, and then there's people with the information to make things happen. And the West has all the means. I think I'm using that wrong. Whatever. They have all the information because of like, they own the internet basically, and the NSA, and like on the internet I mean like Google and Facebook, really clued into how people make decisions. And the East will have all the capital, the money, and so there's going to be a massive bridge here. It's like, how do you cross that bridge? You need trust, you need relationships, and from there, people with the capital will feed you money, and when they start seeing results, they'll feed you more money, and then you're both happy because you're both getting rich and you're both making positive decisions for the world. But like, how do you gain trust, communication, that you're a good person, like that you're not gonna screw them over. Is like, it's so rude. Just be like, no, you speak English, especially when like they're the ones, when you're no longer coming from a position of strength. Like, that's just not gonna cut it. Like, if some, it's when you demand your language to be spoken, that's like communication of that you see yourself as superior. But that's no longer going to fly when you're in a business room, you're in a government hall, like, and these are the people sitting behind the desk and they've got all the capital, and you're there like trying to show them like, dude, your information, like, I had the crystal ball, it's legit, and you're like, but if you demand they speak like English, like, very disrespectful, and the guy next to you in the waiting room who's like willing to communicate with them on a very ephemeral, personal, deep. I mean, when you're trying to plead with someone who has capital that your idea is good and that you should trust them, you are not in a position of strength. And if you demand they speak English, then that's you communicating that you do not understand who has the strength. And if you are demanding, and if you do not understand who has the strength, then why would they trust you? If you can't even understand that, then that means that I'm not going to trust you with any money because you don't understand like basic, like just basic things. Like, you could have, even if you do have the best idea and the most, it's perfectly written out, it's brilliant, they're gonna be like, dude, I don't care, like, it just doesn't sit right with me, you just don't get it. And yeah, so I highly recommend, I mean, that's just the way that the world is going to go. Like, don't take my word for it. Trust Ray Dalio. He's legit the oracle. He is the all-seeing eye. And he goes, we're at the end of a long-term debt cycle. And it's pretty obvious if you like, it's really just common sense. Massive debt, repay, over here, gets the money. You got it. You've got to communicate to the people with the capital, or else your ideas won't happen. So basically, it's as simple as that. Man, how long's it been? I said I was going to start this. Got to be like 25 minutes ago. It's got to be. Who cares? I'm starting. Day 2, I'm starting. Woo! Alrighty. I'm on character 79. Sin level 10. Alrighty. DN. Alright, we have to pick a prop. Looks like to me that looks like definitely like animal legs, but I'm thinking that's like too wide a meaning. Like, if it's too wide of a meaning, it kind of lessens its meaning. There's like a really good sweet spot where it's like specific enough to have, it's kind of like a magnifying glass where like you want to like, there's like a sweet spot where it's like, oh yep, that's the most magnifying. And it's like never, you don't just like put up the magnifying glass, you know, like but they also don't go up this much because like the focal length. So it's like there's like this sweet spot of where it's you want to be specific enough that it triggers the emotional response and you really feel really like pour meaning, the meaning that you've already created. You pour it into that symbol, and you really associate that meaning into that symbol. But if you do it too broadly, like it's not as powerful. But if you create it too specifically, like that's like the peregrine, no, I was gonna say like the peregrine falcon, lit animal, fastest animal, goes faster than like F1 jets, F1 cars, like dude. I'm talking like almost twice as fast. I'm talking like 490, like 4Ks. You thought Verstappen was fast? I mean, you think Verstappen's fast? He looks fast. He looks like he was born and his like face has like done this because he's constantly like just the wind has like done that. That's what's happened. And you think Verstappen looks fast? Wait till you see the peregrine falcon. Thing about this prop though, it's like there's nothing. A peregrine falcon just won't work because it's like totally just has claws. I mean, actually that does kind of look like claws. Yep, it does actually look like claws. If you look at it like claws coming like this way. I was thinking about like seeing it like a horse like head but like if you see it like coming this way, you can definitely see claws. It's very cool that you can look at, it shows you can look at the world, look at anything. There's multiple ways you can see something, like, you know, like do you see an hourglass or do you see two faces looking at each other? It's the same photo, but you can see two different things. Someone else can, or maybe you're like full on, I mean, the world has seen that with like Laurel and the dress thing. But like, I think it's really very important that we understand, like both East and West understands that we can both look at the world and see and both be correct. We can both be correct. Like, I'm not saying what either side's done is 100% correct. I'm saying we don't need to like try and convert, the East doesn't need to try and convert the West to be like, West are full evil capitalists and landowners, evil. But also the West doesn't need to look at the East and be like, oh, government regulation is like the most, and taking away freedom is the most evil. Like, no, if both sides are like chilling, if what either side has to offer is better, then they'll take it. You don't need to like force someone. Forcing, they'll only rebel harder. So it's like, or like, what you do is you just merely invite a hand. You say, come join us. If you like it, take it with you. If you don't, go on your merry way. Obviously, there are certain things like that are just like, we all know, like, you know, let's just stay above this level. But like, that's the whole world, dude. I'm saying like when it comes to like way to run government, like the essence of running a government, there are very militant people in the West that I'm hearing that like just want to try and convert China basically to like full on see the way that they see it and no, will not accept any other way other than this way. Like, no, you can't do that. This is talking about like billions of people here. You can't just like say like, so dumb. I'll find any way to procrastinate this. I'm just shooting myself in the foot. It's gonna take me longer. But hopefully, like, okay, peregrine falcon, claws, like catching like a small little pigeon in like New York City. Like, don't even think they're in New York City, but like I just remember them seeing it, and them being on like this man-made structure building, and I just tie that with New York City. But like it could be Melbourne, could be Brisbane. Okay. Gotta get my Anki up. Basically what I'm saying is, if what you have is so good, you merely need to invite someone. And if it is actually as good as you say, they will change. Like, you don't need to militantly the world will find a balance between like highly regulated and free markets. And you can never, like, it will never look like this when it's just like, and also that's less stable as well, because if you think of a seesaw, that's the least stability. There's just one, like, singularity, one point. But if it's like this, let's say X is Y is this, okay, let's say it's like, this is the most regulated, this is the least regulated. And I have no idea where we're at now. Let's say we're here. Then we'll find a place, like a sweet spot where it's here. It might be more over this way, it might be more over this way. But what I'm saying is people really want to make it like this. No. And what I'm also, if what you have on the West here, which is like a lot of free markets, is so good, maybe, just maybe, they'll come up right over here and be like, dude, that actually is lit. I actually love Burger King. And like, you only get Burger King when there's mad competition between Taco Bell and McDonald's. And that's very true. So, at least in my mind, I mean, like, you got lesson, allow people to like show like the Reagan ideas, like America really allows the genius of the human mind to flourish, and that's why they have such a good record. Well, that genius flourishing sure did go to work on the banking sector, and which led to, you know, the West having to take out these crazy loans. So clearly it's not like supposed to be over here, because like, but you know, what I'm saying is, if it is so good, it's be like, dude, that's actually lit. And then like, maybe it's like, all these people like, no dude, you gotta try it over here, it's way more lit. And then it's like this, you guys, and then people in the West are like, actually, my grandma did die from Burger King because the CEO of Burger King full-on bribed the politicians, and then they no longer looked into, and then it was like complete free-for-all on like what they made the burgers out of, and then the burgers were made out of like rat poison or something. And you can be like, oh, this CEO would never do that, because if they did that, then the CEO, then it's like really bad for the company, and why would he want to do something that's bad for the company? Sometimes people just like, you know what? Sometimes people just make terrible decisions. Literally. So like, clearly there is like some sort of balance, and it will never look like this. We have to like, at least seek to understand, and you can only truly understand when you like speak language. So like, I highly recommend you follow what I'm saying, because it's going to be lit in the East, for like a while. All right, number 10. Where's this prop? I'm in Anki right now, that's what you can see. Oh wait, you can't actually see that. Good. I'm kidding. Save's dealing with that. All right, here it is. They have campfire. Interesting. Campfire definitely is good. But I feel like campfire is one that I'm gonna like put in as like a note. Like that's a good idea to use later. But peregrine falcon wings are like, I think, at that really nice sweet spot. Campfire. Also, campfire could be like used for like, I could make anything look like, and you can make anything look like a campfire if you try hard enough. I mean, you don't think you can make everything look like a peregrine falcon wings, I mean claws, you know, if you try hard enough. I mean, maybe if you try hard enough. I'll put that in this suggestion. So we like the suggestion look like kind of like, I don't know. All right, camp. Okay. And then this one, I'll keep my props in here. It's mad lit. I sort of want it to look like that. Kind of like makes me feel uncomfortable, like it being like that rigid and blocky. For like the prop section, which is like supposed to be very unbox-like. So like, I was gonna do like box lines for the props, but the props are supposed to be really fluid. Like maybe props might change over time. So like the idea of like having it more like open, like this. Just for like the creative stuff, have it more like open. The props are more creative. For like the words where I'm like scheduling the words, I will have it in the thing, so it's like really, I can see, oh, I did it, that one on this day. I'd like, each page is gonna have 40. And then I can really be like, and that's what my aim is, 40 characters a day for 100 days. And I could be like, there it is. There's that page, and then it's easy to work around the SRS, space repetition system. Of course, Anki does that for you, but like it's also nice to see it. Call me old school. All right. I like the idea of like having like a suggestion. Maybe like a suggestion. Where would the suggestions be? I mean, for certain, I'm gonna say like, how do you spell this? Never be afraid to say like, oh, I don't know how to spell something. Who cares? I mean, you will be laughed at though. You have to just accept that. But like, kind of just laugh at yourself. Like, yeah, dude, how troll is that? I forgot how to spell helicopter. But at the same time, like, I don't know why you would like ask when you have like a phone, like Google. Like, but my point is, I'd be like, it's so good when you know how to spell stuff. Peregrine clause. And then like, top right, I'll have like campfire. I try to keep that consistent, where it's like I can look through and be like, oh yeah, campfire's actually really good. if you occupy for some reason I didn't save my prop for occupy. Trying to like slightly get the frame correct, because like I don't want to like totally jack these guys IP. It's too genius of a, you have to like reward genius with your like output. You have to input it into genius. Like these guys are genius. Imagine if but they've only done like 1,500 characters. If we don't pay them, in other words, if we don't put in our output and input into them, then maybe they might not be able to do. It might not be worth it for them to go from 1,500 to 2,000. And then like this great technology, this genius piece of technology, not piece, but like it's a genius system, which is technology, like it's no longer, it's not fully completed. This piece of art would be like half of Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, I suppose. I mean, I think the real genius, definitely the Jesus Christ one is the work, is genius. The Last Supper. It's definitely how I think of it. I actually wish it was I don't think of it as rowdy, but how lit would it have been if it was like rowdy? Like, Jesus, woo, woo, yeah. He's like, guys, that would have been hectic. But he would have been like too chill to ever be. That's the problem with people who are sometimes like, who are like too chill. They don't know when to like turn it up, get turned up. Like even when, sad for them. Alright, so when you occupy something, what should be property? Like occupy Wall Street, it's definitely gonna be a Wall Street sign. Peter Schiff going on with a microphone like, I am the 1%! I am the 1%! Do you know who I am? I predicted the housing crash on CNN in 2005. Do you know who I am? 2006, do you know who I am? I'm the 1%. And Occupy Wall Street guys are like, dude, whoa, wait, chill out. Do you know who I am? Peter Schiff. Cool guy. Totally has to be Peter Schiff with a microphone. Occupy Wall Street, do you know who I am? That is totally who the prop is. That totally has to be it. What is it like? And also you got to enable these geniuses to like do it for another. What if they could do it for like Cantonese? I mean, they could, but if we don't give them like, if we don't enable them with our capital, very small amounts, by the way, like if we don't collectively input them the ability to output, which is all it is, that's what money is, it's just like input output. Like when you're outputting to them. You're giving anyone. You're like saying, here's the more ability to continue doing what you're doing. And if you don't pay them, you're saying like, I don't want you to. Like, don't continue doing what you're doing. You suck. Nah, that's how you can't see it that way, but like, kind of low key is. Nah, it's not actually, but that's why we definitely. I mean, you'll see how genius of a system this is, like, because you guys will see like day 80, and you're like, bro, this guy wasn't talking trash. He's full on did it. All right, Peter Schiff. Peter Schiff. Occupy Wall Street. And the American Falcon clause, and then you connect those two. What do you get? I wonder. Show me. I have to look into the map. I have to look into. Oh, it's beautifully done. They're beautifully connected. See, they teach you this prop here. I showed it one time. They teach you this prop, and then they teach you this prop, and then when you connect this one, you put this one underneath this one. So you learn them together. That's like the genius of this system. It is so well put together. I don't think we can appreciate like how, like when I'm going through it, I think I can only appreciate like 2% of how well put together this is. So you learn this one, then you learn this one, and then you can learn the word, which is like clock. Is it clock? It's got to be clock. It's like time. It's not just clock. It's like kind of like. Wait, no, it doesn't. That must be the other. Ah, it's one with the third tone, so it's to order. Alrighty. But it's like pronounced the same as the time clock one, so that's. It like gives you a clue, like, oh, it looks like Deanne. Really though, they're all like Deanne, and then Deanne with the third tone is like to order. But it's like all of them. It's just you change your perspective and you look at it like when you look at it when it's like to do with time, it's like that's a clock one. When you, well, like that's the time one. When you look at it when it's the perspective of like food, it's like probably ordering. But yeah, that's the genius of this. Like they teach you when to learn stuff so intuitively, intelligently. Just like it's sick. All right. So DI. Pretty sure that's Danielle. Cool chick. It's female. And AN, which is alright. You can like be cringe at my handwriting, but back off, dude. I think handwriting's only cringe when like people can't understand it, because in my opinion, it's like it shows the way you think. Like, why would you want to box people in and be like, you must write very neatly, like perfectly? If they can understand it, and then it shows people who you are, like the handwriting. It's very cool. It's like, I'm not going to be doing it in the right way, but like it's good to like learn the rules so that you then know how to bend them correctly. Because if you just like full on bending everything, then it's just chaotic as hell. So understanding, like, dude, follow this one, then this one, then this. Like it's not supposed to look like that. It's supposed to look like, the idea is of like the boxes. It's supposed to look like that. And then it's supposed to like, this one's supposed to be like a bit of an edge. And then it's like that. But like really, I mean, come on. So Peter Schiff, Peter and the Peregrine Falcon claws. I guess it's just a Peregrine Falcon. So Peter's like got his mic out, got his Peregrine Falcon there. Peter's the type of guy who would own a Peregrine Falcon. If Peregrine Falcons can, I mean, do you ever own an animal? Or does it merely, I don't think people like own animals. They just kind of like, you pay for its existence. And in that sense, you like own it, I suppose. It's a very cruel way of looking at it. I'm the reason you live, so I own you. Very megalomaniac and like, you're disgusting. But like, if they have a choice, and if they like, which they do, like they can just run off any time, and they choose to stay, then it's like, and then you're enforcing like the idea of like, no dude, you're choosing to live here as well, man. Like you can't go on the couch, it's dog. Then it's like, fair enough, because like you're not like going, I'm the reason you live, so do it. You're going like, dude, don't be dog. But like, to the extent that you can own a Peregrine Falcon, like kind of have it in your environment, if you can give it all the tools, and it just chooses to come back to your like little environment, like that's what we consider ownership, like owning of an animal. That's what I mean when I say it. So it's like, if you can ever have a Peregrine Falcon kind of like chill there, if there's anyone who would do that, well, first of all, I want to do that. That would be legit sick. But if anyone who's like actually probably like doing that, if it can be done, it's someone like, it's Peter Schiff. I mean, this dude, he totally would. He's like, you know what? Really want to love the Peregrine Falcon. And he'd be like the type of dude who's like, he always carries around his mic. And then he would have like the thought, like, I wish I could just hold up this mic to my pal and just talk to him, man. Like, Peter, bro. Can you lose the mic? Can we just talk normally? And he always talks like he's in an interview. It's just the only way he knows how to talk. Like, he's on CNN. He's like, he's doing a podcast and he just can't. It's like, dude, chill. Nah, I don't actually think that. But it is a funny thought. It'd be so funny if Peter was like that. So it's Peter, it's Peregrine Falcon. But the thing is, this prop is like set up for the Peregrine Falcon to be on the bottom. So I guess he's riding a Peregrine Falcon. Because like, it's on the bottom. So Peter's riding a peregrine falcon, and he's like shrunk down to the size of a peregrine falcon. Why? Because I say so, by the way. This is my book, this is my rules. If you want to change it, do your own book. Leave me alone. So Peter's like riding it, and then Danielle's like, when I order something, it's like, what do I do when I order something? What do I think of? Definitely McDonald's. Those guys like mastered that system. They're always on the cutting edge of the best ordering technology. Like, if you notice how fast they were to like move to AI, like those massive iPad screens, they were quick. No doubt, because like they know how to order. So that's why I think I think of McDonald's. But who I actually think is in charge of being on top of it is like probably some really intelligent dude in Tokyo. Or maybe someone who's retired from, maybe some like 74-year-old who's retired, who used to work in Tokyo and now no longer works there. But he's like still like this if you want to learn about like serving food, like you go to this guy. He's just the best. What I think McDonald's has to do is like, they know what the best serving is, but the market might not want to agree with them. So they then have to figure out, how do we drip feed? How do we drip feed? And Apple users totally take for granted how good Siri is. Like this Samsung Siri is a piece of shit. Legit so bad. Siri, like on the other hand, is like legit personal assistant. Like Google's pretty good as well. Doesn't have, because it's not like, it's not, Apple have put up their walls well. The McDonald's people, it's like a business right now is like a battle, not to figure out what the meta is. It's to figure out how much can you drip feed, how much of the meta can you apply to this certain market? How much will this market accept of the meta? So they already have it figured out, like what is the most efficient, most perfect thing. But then the market has to, but then at the end of the day, it's the market responding. And that's truly what does dictate their decision making. So it's like this battle between like, all right, we have to have like 6 iPads, like, you know, not iPads, but you know, I'm gonna give that term. I'll give it to Steve. I'll give him that one. All touch things, they're iPads. That's just my little way of showing respect to like all the people involved in Apple, you know. You guys did it. And it will forever be the iPad. Like some stores, it's like, oh, only 2. These people that full of old people, they just hate. They really want to talk to them, or they don't trust iPads for a second. And then in like Tokyo, it's like the idea of like talking to someone. I'm guessing it's like, dude, what is this, like the 18th century? Like, are you kidding me? So definitely, I'm really liking the idea of like a McDonald's iPad thing. Liking the idea of like Danielle at my set. She's like ordering her food on, you know, the iPad ordering food thing. And then Peter's shift. like the old guard, you know. He sees the future, but like he still loves the old way. He still loves a good book. You wouldn't catch him on a Kindle. No siree, no way. No way you ever catching Peter Schiff. Will you ever catch Peter Schiff dead holding a Kindle? No siree, he will die. He would rather die. He still gets his newspapers delivered. Like he comes out of nowhere and is like with a laminated menu and is like gets out the mic, is like to Danielle, like, why are you doing this? I am the 1%. It's pretty good. I'll definitely remember that one. Alrighty. I'm just really gonna picture now, just because like OP. Picturing is like, you can get really into just writing it down, and that's like probably, I'm not a brain expert, but that's one of the sides of the brain. Pretty sure the left side. Then your right side of the brain. You need to like, it's a perfect bridge between left side and right side. But if you're just writing it, it's not gonna like stick. Your left side needs to be like filled. I saw this cool thing the other day. You can like, if you do this and you look yourself in the mirror, you can like pretend like that's you in like 60 years, or like whenever you're gonna be like 90 years old. And then you can like talk to that face. Like it's almost like you're like talking to yourself, your 90-year-old self. And if this person like looks sad, but it's like, no, it's just their skin is drooling from their face because gravity. Like they might be super happy, like, yeah. It's like their eyes still like are just drooping. So you can like kind of like talk to your 9-year-old self this way, like trick your mind into thinking. And so if you're about to do something and then you ask this face, like if you're talking in the mirror, like, dude, did you regret? And then if this character's like, this person, your 9-year-old self is like, yeah, I full on regret that. I wish I did that. I wish I got on that train. I wish I talked to that girl. I wish I took that job offer. It's kind of like the regret minimization framework that Jeff talks about. My boy, Jeffy B. Credit where credit's due. Guy is an inventor. No doubt he will be, like, people see him as like evil capitalist, controlling human spirit, like controlling human consciousness in like this evil way. But I think Jeff will be remembered as like one of the leading, if not the leading liberator of that. Like what he's vilified for now is those type of work environments, but I think he's going to be remembered as the person who led, if not was like the Steve Jobs of liberating people from these tasks and allowing AI to do it. Because this guy is an inventor, and that's why I think he's like, he in his mind, he's like happy to like sacrifice like a pawn. He's like thinking, these guys, I'm gonna make these Amazon workshops. It's okay with me for now if they're like not 100% like just the nicest places you've ever been, because I know that I'm going to like if they do that for like 10 years, that saves like all these people down the road, and that's what I think. That's how I think he's seeing it. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't be like asked like to be treated like a human being. I mean, that goes without saying. Like, dude, if you're not really feel like saying like no water breaks, oh jeez, bro, like. But I think this guy is because it's like desperation. Because I think he really wants to be seen as that person. Like, he wants to be like the Tesla of our time, who led everyone into like the AI liberation. I think that's who Jeff wants to be. I think I bet on Jeff. I definitely, as long as that man is like, he's definitely a solid bet, and that's what you bet on people. I hope so, at least, because like it's pretty lit when like someone with a lot of capital is aligned with your interests. That's pretty sick. Not all interests, I mean like just the major interests. I mean, and also like I think he wants it to happen, not just because he's like, oh, I want to liberate the world. It's also like, sweet. It's like sick. It's like, hell yeah. He loves being an inventor. That's what he wants. That's what he wants to be remembered for. And the people who will be remembered for being inventors in this future are the people who correctly control and utilize and make systems efficient around artificial intelligence. And he's doing that with like cloud technology. That's kind of like, instead of having librarians who like store information, he's kind of doing that with the cloud. It's kind of the same value transition. The brain's a bit different though. So maybe it's like library, not library, like not librarians, but like people who like put things in, people who store information is the idea I'm thinking of. Yeah, this regret minimization framework asks his face, like, if you think it looks like a 9-year-old, you can convince yourself that it is your 9-year-old self, and you have a conversation like full on what's his name, like the character from the first Harry Potter, but like maybe not evil, maybe like hopefully you picture your 9-year-old self as like being a cool, good person, and you're like, dude, you're like, hey man, is this like Chinese thing a good idea? This, yeah, bro, it's pretty obvious that like, actually I do not think he's talking like that still. Jeez. But like, just, yeah, bro. Ray was right. West is the end of the long-term debt cycle, and like, totally, you got to learn Mandarin to like communicate with the people with the most capital. Of course, it was a good idea. Well done. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, hey, this will be all along. Thank you. But like, you see what I mean? It's kind of a cool little trick to like get yourself in that regret minimization framework, to kind of trick yourself into like, it's like forcing that mindset onto you, because it's hard to like, you can have a mindset, but then you can lose a mindset. You have to have ways to like keep a mindset, like, and ways of tricking it, because tricking yourself back into one, because the ability to like change mindsets is like probably the most OP thing. I would say it's probably the most OP. If you can master that, it's probably the best skill. Because I mean, even changing mindsets to be like, it's like empathy is like a small, it's like a strain of this idea. So it's like the ability to put yourself into the mindset of someone else. That's a strain of that. So like that's empathy. But if you reverse it back, it's like the ability to switch mindsets quickly and accurately. That is such an OP mindset. I mean, not a, the ability to do that is so important. And if you be like, oh dude, this is crazy, because like you're looking like the guy on the screen picture. I mean, but then you never get into a, you can never induce a regret minimization frequency mindset. Then who's the real crazy one? Clearly, like the person who's not in regret minimization like mindset, because like it's an OP. It is OP to like see yourself from the future, looking back, like, and then being able to be like, would that person regret if I didn't do it? It's kind of like you're being a G to your future self, like, and if you know like, all right, man, I'm just gonna walk to the city to like get the Big Mac meal from that McDonald's. I'm gonna walk there. Please do not do that. Like, please, Siebes. I don't even remember it. I don't care, and it sounds like a Siebes. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough. But if it's like, should I move me and my family from my sick job where I work with like the love of my life in a hedge fund, the most like one of the sickest jobs, and she's like my personal researcher. Or like, should I do that? Should I keep with that job, or should I? I'm pretty convinced that like Target and like Kmart, I'm pretty convinced that that stuff is, the evolution of that is online. I mean, convinced, and should I move my family across the continent, move to Seattle, and from New York to Seattle and make this happen? It's like, dude, you should hella do that. If the idea sucks and it fails, which it totally doesn't because you've like worked it all out, but even if it does, let's say the market just wasn't even ready for it, you can just go back to that hedge fund easy as, like, no problemo. It's like totally, if you don't do that, you will regret it. When you turn into me, you will be like, I mega regret that. Because if there's one thing we can never get back, it's time and opportunity. That is like, I mean, Branson does say, like, business opportunities, like the train, like there's always another one coming. And yeah, I agree, like there are many new opportunities to come, but like sometimes there's only like opportunity, there's only one opportunity to be on Apollo 13, or it was Apollo 11, the one with Buzz and the one with Armstrong. Like that's just, there's only one opportunity for that. Specific, like, be the first to land and walk. Kind of the same idea with like everyone, really, like this. So I think, yeah, do whatever you need to like trigger yourself to go into an OP mindset. Like Jeff's regret minimization framework is clearly OP. I mean, this guy, so people hate on Jeff, but he like full on is super honest about how he got where, like how he thinks, which is like, dude, that's so rare. Normally people only do that when they're like on death, like they're really like in like C death, because they know, all right, it's okay if people know how I'm thinking because it doesn't matter. There's more good to be done by saying how I think than the threat that it can have to me, because if people can predict your next move, they can outplay you easier. So Jeff is like saying how he thinks. He's putting that on public record for everyone to be like, If I have the same mindset as Jeff, I'll probably do well. Like he's not waiting until he's like 80 years old. He's doing that like now. That is so sick. Very selfless. It's like respect for that. All right, Pierce Schiff. Totally forgot to just memorize this. All right. I'm not like sad that I have to do it. It's just like, man. It's been like an hour of procrastinating, talking. Jeez. And like I could have had like 10 done. Doesn't matter. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You gotta enjoy yourself. I'm gonna try and trick my mind to doing go through the creative process by like doing this, by lightly touching my pupils through like my eyes being closed, because it lights up. When you do this, it darkens the space in which you project your creative mind. But when you do this, because there's feedback there, it's easier to like create, in my opinion, because it's like it's working off of something. Especially like when you move it, it's like you can see more. And I definitely know this is true because like when you try to induce a lucid dream, it's really OP to like, you can like go through the portal into lucid dreaming when you have that base. But if there's no base there, it's harder. I don't know how to prove what I said about like having something to work off of is easier to create. I mean, try yourself actually. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, whatever. I'm pretty sure. So I'm doing this, it's like I'm not talking, I'm like trying to like create the scene. You just fell asleep. Nah. Okay. The stronger you picture it, the more longer it lasts. The more synapse points you get to it, the stronger the memory is, because you're like inducing a memory. That's what the best liars do, is like you create the picture, and then like you remember that. Same thing with this, is you're lying to yourself about how you know what to order. Dan is. And then it comes synonymous, and then it like becomes synonymous, where it's like, so if we've got like meaning, like here, let's say it's like here, and then we represent that with like to order, the idea of to order, it's like this big, but to order, then we just put all that, we put it into like to order, like the T and the O and the O and the R and the D and the E and the R. We put all that meaning, we then put it into to order. And what you're doing with this is you're like remembering what this is, so you're seeing what it looks like. And then you're removing this idea of to order, and then you're like pouring in into DN, like into this. And DN, oh yeah, DN. You're like tricking yourself into like remembering, like DN. Becomes super intuitive because you're using this base of like this instead of trying to apply the to order to DN. You're applying actually the, you know, I guess maybe you don't know. You're trying to apply where you actually get that memory from and what it feels like, and you're applying that to DN instead of applying just a T and then an O, an abstract T O R D E R. Those semiotics, those lines are abstract, but if you're remembering what it is like to like order, maybe you remember like the anxiety of like, oh, shit, or the fresh feeling game is like easy as on the iPad. And then you apply that. It's like, oh, I know what it feels like to order. And then you make that Dan. And it's sick. And every time you're trying to talk to someone, you're like, dude, like order that food. You're like, Dan, just like there's no, like, you're not going to order, what is it? And then which, all right, it's Dan, is it Dan? Like, oh, I can't remember. You're like, it just is. Dan? It just is. Like, it just, you don't need to remember anything. It just is. And like, that is like true language acquisition. So this is like a hack for language acquisition. It's so sick. What amazing technology. I don't want to say Mona Lisa, by the way. I don't think Mona Lisa, and I don't want to say the Last Supper. I think what is his most genius? I think his most genius one was like the dude. Or maybe it was like, yeah, because what went into creating this character, like the one that we see with the guy with the hair, you know. That's a lot of dead bodies. He was looking through, like, opening up the cheek and be like, what is going on here, bro? That's what that work of art represents. So it's like, the Last Supper does put onto the visual what we all collectively, the collective consciousness sort of thinks. And then cleverly, when you do that, you then tilt the narrative towards you, because people just forget what they thought the Last Supper was about, and then maybe it was like 90, they remember 95% of what it was, and then 5% it shifts to the visual representation of it. And then maybe you don't remember like there being like a big feast. Maybe you remember it being, for me, I can remember when I was like picturing it. For me, it was like a really dark, like sad, lit by candlelight. You know, there was like, you could like see the orange thing, and it just, like, the idea, like when I pictured that story, it felt comfortable though, even though there was nothing. It felt comfortable still. And I think that is like the idea of the character of Jesus. What that character made everyone feel was comfortable with nothing. Like his mood, the way he made people feel was enough. And he did it to everyone. And maybe, and then like, what? But it's pretty OP for Leonardo, because now maybe when you remember it, you're remembering it being like a massive lavish feast. Was it how did Leonardo do it? Last Supper. Alright, it totally wasn't a lavish feast the way Leonardo did it. But it does look, the squares look really modern. Dude, this guy full on, this looks like, it looks like business, like the square of it. And I think that's why big business buildings are like built up like that square, you know. Just like, you just type in Fox News, and I mean, dude, Wikipedia, and like look at their headquarters, Fox News headquarters. And it doesn't look like every building. Rest in peace, the Twin Towers is probably inspired by that. But the reason why I think that they did design it like that, because that's what we want these people in these institutions, in these corporations to like, and it's what we feel like they need to be. They need to be like that. They need to be like Rails. Their thought needs to be like Rails. And that's why I think, that's what same sort of feeling, where it's like square. I think the more like round stuff, like the gargoyle stuff, that's like them communicating to us. Dude, we were so bored and there was nothing to do that like we could do this gargoyle stuff. Like, they should definitely, the Notre Dame thing, like how, when they rebuild it, they shouldn't, maybe this is our opportunity to like capture what we think Christianity should look like in the future. Or no, not the future, but our time actually. Back then, they're basically saying like, dude, there was like nothing else to do. Like, there was just, I mean, look at the circle and the stuff. It's like, I'm not hating on good architecture, but like, I think architecture's sick, but what I'm saying is, if the Fox News looks like this, they're kind of like saying, we don't have time for that stuff. Like, we got stuff to build. We got web vision, we got stuff, we got things to do. I think that's what kind of, if we're communicating, when we build like, we're rebuilding this in like Notre Dame, it's a way of us communicating to the future about what it was like at our time. And if you just rebuild it to what it looked like, that like is totally not the idea, because we can now take photos and now it's stored on the internet. We don't need to rebuild to what people can like see, and then they can really go Notre Dame from like people from whenever it was built, like, you know, let's find out. Built. I was dead set gonna say 1100. You can, I should have said it. I should have just had a go, and then you would have believed me. If I had just said 1100, no, I just look like a loser making up. Yeah, okay. I hate that, man. Like, legit. Wait, honestly, I was gonna say 1100. Man, look how long that took. It started in 1163. It started in began in 1163 and was completed in 1345. 1345. How many years is that? That's at least 170. That's like 6 generations. I wonder if like the blueprint, how oftentimes the blueprint changed from like the first generation, like the guy who like really was like, we need to build this Notre Dame, it's gonna be sick. And then he died, and then people like were like, all right, no, we don't actually. I don't like what that guy had to say, and now I'm in power, and he can't tell me no, so I'm gonna change it. You mad? Well, how many times it changed then? So that's what those people are saying. Like, by the way, I don't think the people in the Middle Ages get to like communicate. Like, oh yeah, we had nothing to do. Like, bro. You were like full on. That was the worst type of torture, and they're like flexing on us. Like, check out our architecture, man. Like, we had nothing else to like spend our money on that we could like spend it on the sickest stuff. And because it's like a church, the idea of the church is like the church should be the last thing that's built. Like, that's when it's a flex. When you're like truly. And I guess maybe that's what, because it was in Paris. But like, it's kind of a bit on the nose because they're building it like this, like a, and then it falls out when, I guess because like Paris, like the environments. Paris, and they're saying like the people from Paris in 1100s to 1300s communicating with us that their stuff was so sick that they could spend their church, which should be the last thing that's built up. And if it's the last thing that's built up, looks as sick as that, that's the communication. But the thing, like totally the church, it has to be the last thing that's built up. I mean, like the Christian church at least, like the Christian church, it has to, because that is that just is just what Christianity is. If they're rebuilding it, it's going to be an exact replica. That's really sad. And I think it would be a massive flex for the Christians to be like, you know what? Like, it doesn't deserve to be like a flex. It needs to look like trash. Like somewhere like, not like trash, but it needs to like not look like this. I mean, look how sick that is. I mean, you can't deny them that. I mean, it really did look sick. But these spirals would have taken so long. A lot of capital in that. And so the idea is it's like, oh, we're spending money on this because there's nothing else to spend money on. Like, our job is done. No one in our environment, no one at all in our environment is even close to being like homeless, no clothes, like just the basic like stuff of like clothes, feeding, sheltering, like giving people water, maybe even giving people an ear. That would be lit. Like to add on to that idea of like the instead of like picturing an ear, because that's what people think when they think here, maybe like 2 chairs, like maybe it should be like, because that's what like listening now. So it's kind of just, it's not listening. This is not the same as listening, because you hear so many things. I mean, was that a fire alarm? Oh, was that a fire truck, or was that a ambulance? If you were listening, if you were really listening, you could have worked out the difference, but it kind of just was like an annoying sound, so you just put it in the annoying alarm category sound that you know it's moving, so it's probably like definitely like a copper ambulance truck person. But you didn't like, and maybe you didn't even know because you're not from this area, but like, I can't remember. I'm guessing it's probably the ambulance, only because like there's an ambulance headquarters up there, so it's not like the most hardcore guess in the world. So I'm still annoyed about the 1163. Legit, I was really owning an 1100s. Whatever. Yeah, okay. And we shouldn't be like, oh, Notre Dame. The entire world looked bad, so you don't get to. No, that's unfair. It should be the environment. We should come up with like, what classifies an environment? Because like, a town, or is it like a city? And then what's a city? Is it like 10-kilometer radius, 20-kilometer radius? Should really like go like, all right. If the people in your environment who call you, who would consider you part of, you would all consider each other like the same people. Like, so if it's like in France, then all the French people would need to be like sheltered, or have all those basic Christian messages met before that church can like be extravagant, look extravagant, because then it becomes a symbol where people in the future can look back to that environment and that time, and then what they can do is they can be like, and all right, what's the uniting principles of all these different, so like maybe you get like only 6 churches in the world that can ever truly look like that status, and maybe in like 200-year period of time, like one's in Notre Dame, and then like 5 others, and they're like scattered though, instead of it being they're scattered throughout a 200-year period of time, and there's one here, one here, one here, like, and this is the time, and then this would be the place. It's like one here, one here, one here, one here, one here, one here. It looks, and then the historians and like the people can look back and be like, all right, what were the common things that went on in these 6 completely, these environments that had nothing to do, like very little to do with each other, but they had like really good, like they could spend their money on architects when they could spend their lowest building, which cannot be built up until all these basic things are met, can grow. Once that happens, then it can grow extravagant, and then you're like communicating, you're really helping out the future that way. I think that would be sick. So the question would be like, in Paris, you'd look around, do the census, and then work out like, is this community, is like the Paris environment, or is the French? I would say the French, because the French are like, they consider the same people. Maybe not. Maybe it would be like town. Maybe it's fair to, but then it's too many. Like, if you need to be like, maybe then that's fine. A town of 50 people, like all our needs are met, and we're doing good. Then that's a fair enough. Like, that's fair for them to like communicate that. I think then it should just be like your local vicinity. So if people in Paris, they look around, they're like, all right, there's actually some, we couldn't actually, we're not going to lie to our kids, basically. Like, we're not going to. Because we can see like that there's a homeless man who like no one yet has offered them. It's not like he's like homeless and he's like, yeah, no, I like it, bro. It's like he's homeless and no one has offered him anything. And at least, and then if a community cannot all say that, then you don't communicate. Then you don't build up the church like to be extravagant. I mean, you build it to be like a meeting place. It shouldn't be built to be like extravagant, because then it can only be extravagant once all the values of Christianity have been met. That'd be such a good way of communication. Just gotta find ways of communicating with the future that's like not so like because we're gonna have a problem where there's like too much information, because like everyone has a voice now, so we need ways of like condensing. Because now, before the printing press, we needed a way of like expanding, and now we're gonna have to like, but now there's like too much information. We're gonna have to go back to like condensing again, and I think you can condense it with like buildings, because it's really intuitive to us. Like a building, it's a place. It feels real because it is real, you know. It's not like reading like a diary. Sometimes like that can be like feel like not real. It's not like a historian saying, yeah, this is what happened. Like, you have hard evidence with your own eyes for certain that the people, when they built this, or at least when they built this, and then from all the period leading up to like when you can see on the internet that like, oh yeah, you can see when, all right, oh they started adding like a spire in like 2060. What do they do in 2055? What do they do in 2050? And they look and they're like, oh, they made it so they all agreed to like put in 2 cents, literally 2 cents each, but each collectively 2 cents is a lot when you got like 1 million people. Like, that's a lot of money. It's also like easy to squander if you create too big of a government, like massive government. I'm talking like we're nothing. It's like 2 million here, 2 million there. Who knows? Like that's clearly like not a recipe for like goodness. Because you don't want to make theft like easy. Because you just have to like, it just will happen. So they started adding a spire, and then 30 years after that, they really added like those 2 towers. Maybe the Notre Dame is like the way it looks here. Maybe that's what we hope for it to re-look like. But the Paris community won't, or whatever community we decide basically. The Paris community, only when they can be certain that those basic Christian beliefs have been put into place, that they can add like the 2 spires and like build it back up to that. And then as it gets closer and closer to that, they add like, so when it's like 20% there, or if they solve 20% of the problem, they put up like the black spire like in the middle. And then when it's like 50% there, they put in the 2 towers. And then people can like, on the internet, they'll be able to see the future generations. Be able to see like, oh, alrighty. They reckon it's 50% of the way done at like 2,132. What took them so long to get to 50%? Because like, if you look up 20 years after that, they got it completely done. So it took them like, what was it, 2152 or 2132? 2152. It took them like 130 years to get to 50%, and then 20 years after that, they had it built completely. Like they completed the roof. They completed it all. They put the stained glass in the windows. Before then, it was like white glass. They can like see it really intuitively. What did they do differently before that? For the 100 years that they then didn't, that they then changed, where it only took 20 years. And then it's really like, that's just really good communication with the future. But if we just build it up instantly back to where it was, I have no idea. Like, you want me to read like the Paris like census or something, and like all the people who tick like, yeah, I'm homeless or something? Like, what, dude? You want me to go walk around Paris myself and like count all the homeless people? Or can you just like make it intuitive to me where like, and everyone basically, people like talking from like 2,300, like 2,302, they're like, all right, we want to make a sick society. We're at that, let's look at where all the completed buildings are. Or we need to get from 0% to 50%. Let's look at But first we need to get to the top, to 20% completion. Let's look at where all the black spires are. What were the things they did? And then they create the common threads, and then it's like, all right, let's enact that. Put that over there for the meanwhile. Okay, to order. I think I have that memorized. Oh, it's just like 2 seconds delay. No, that's lit. All right, we're back up. All right, on task, on task. Put it in my Anki. The prop is Peter Chef. Wait, it actually means a dot. Doesn't mean to order. Oh my god. I know. I think a dot is kind of its secondary meaning, surely. Surely to order is more important than a dot. I hate... Sorry to like
Why do we...
Oh. That's my boy.
Juggles so
Why do we,
much
brother?
to learn Chinese.
Why? A dot? Nah. That's gonna be my secondary meaning. How do I make it a secondary meaning? Probably like change the color. Maybe make it like the whole thing like with a filter of red. And then I can remember the same... Dian. And then I can remember... So I can remember it for to order and a dot. And then for a red filter, kind of like how Mexican films like depicted, oh no, like Mexico is depicted in Hollywood, like that yellow filter, but like for the secondary word, like so normal color, just normal, that's like the first meaning. And then to make it easy so you can keep the same person, same props, same set, you filter it with a red and then you add in like a dot. And then it might make it easier, like more quicker to like more quickly get the word you're looking for. So what is a dot? I guess I got lucky like putting this here. That was done by accident, but it's actually a good idea to learn it like that, in my opinion. To have like the filters. I'll give that a go. If it doesn't work, then like whatever. We'll stick to the course exactly. But I reckon that if I'm remembering it for a dot. I'm just theorizing. Like, if my right brain is more creative, so like this side is like more task oriented. Whatever it is, I don't know. If you force your right brain to work more by like writing with your left hand, will that not like fire these neurons more and maybe like light it up more like electronically or something, and that electronic signal kind of like, I reckon like sometimes a neuron pathway isn't like, surely it's not like 100% like accurate. Like imagine lightning, which is just like a bigger like version of like electricity. Of the, it's kind of like it says it can. It's like, isn't it like the fastest, the least resistance way down, and that's why it looks like that. Because like sometimes the least resistance isn't down. Sometimes the least resistance is this way. But to us, it's just like our perspective is like no. Fast is straight. Least resistance is straight. Like no, lightning is like nah, bro. Least resistance is this way. And who are you to tell electricity any different? Who are you to talk to Zeus like that? Stupid humans, man. Always trying to put their perspective on everything else. So dog. Okay. So it's like, maybe it, what I'm thinking though is like, it fires off energy, electricity, and then maybe it's not entirely accurate, and sometimes it like bleeds over that electricity, like pulse, bleeds over to like the creative brain areas. And you can induce that by using your left hand. I'll see if it works. That would be sick if it works. That would be really sick. It's like, it's kind of like hacking into like the creative mind. It's like kind of like a hack. Okay, so what is a dot to me? A dot. Damage over time. Ignite, maybe? Like, I don't really see that as a dot. To me, dot is more like Leandri's. Like, enough where you don't really notice it. Like, you don't, but then when you look back, you're like, actually, that did way more damage than I thought. Like, those 8 really added up. So I guess I can just picture like the Leandri's mask and like twos just dripping from like my character. And like you could say, oh, you don't need to do that red filter thing because the main idea of it is going to be different. But when you're re-remembering a dot and you're re-remembering to order food, the quicker it is to get. When you're in the moment and you're like talking and you're like then and you just hit a blank, like I forgot like what a dot is. But then I think what I'm trying to say is like the faster you can get it, the click to it, get it, the better. And if a red filter even increases it by like 1/10 of a second, if you're like just starting to speak and you do 1/10 of a second and you can save 1/10 of a second for every word, it will add up, kind of like a dot. Damage over time. So I will apply. I'll try apply the red filter. That's the theory. I'll see if it works. Okay, now I forgot, I just gotta put Peter in it with his pet peregrine falcon. I got Robin that left hand as well. Forgot. Too busy thinking about how lit like damage over time is. But will I remember it as damage over time, or will I remember it as a dot? Two different ideas. It's so easy, dude. What is like a dot? Like, dude, like what I see is a dot. Maybe if I like twirl my pen with my left hand. Like, I was looking at the screen, whoops. Maybe it will not animate it. It's like a test of like, if this works, then surely writing with will work. But I think there is something to be said about like writing with the left hand really forces it to think rather than this. It was just like more like mechanical. It's more like mechanical. It's not like really like, you can still think with your right hand side with your you gotta like learn to twirl it naturally with the left by not trying to use the same tactics used with the right. So I think there is something to be said about really like, I think it would like use stronger pulses of electricity if you wrote with the left hand rather than just twirling it. But like surely there would be some EMG data, maybe not EMG, but electrode data. It'd be a lesser pulse of electricity if the theory is correct. Leandri's mask. A dot. It's got to be those like Dalmatians, man. It's got to be a Dalmatian. It's not Leandri's mask, even though that's sick. It's got to be like I'm not thinking with my left hand there. That's what's going on there. That's why it looks so bad. Dalmatian. I'm like trying to redraw an F with my right hand. I gotta like redraw my. I need to like draw how my left imagines it, which it has to be different than my right. The way my right probably thinks about it like this, like, yes, very much like this. No, that's how it does, but I mean, really like, well, the teacher said to go, not even curl, like just straight up like, nah, that's wrong. Like you'd hate yourself if you did that. You'd be like, nah, that's like, nah. Then you can really tell about someone by the thought process they had to endure when they were young, and give you clues into how they think. But like really rigid, dude. I mean, your left probably wants to be more like flary, if it is the creative side at least. So it needs to be like naturally writing with it, like. This was definitely, this idea of here, connecting it like that, I was going to write Danielle, I would have written it like while Danielle uses iPad here and wrote that down there, but a left way of thinking, like the left creative mindset is like, made me think of this idea, like, boom. Link it like that, using that idea. That's how it felt, at least. I don't actually know. Can't just be a Dalmatian. I like. Is Dalmatian completely synonymous for me with spots? No, because of that Disney movie. They've definitely got like feelings and stuff. So it's not like dotty enough. It needs to be like pink. It needs to be like a pink Dalmatian. And who's to say like that pink, why I wrote pink there is wrong. If you look up Pink, the singer, I'm sure she like has written her like album covers kind of like that, with that. Yeah. Can I show you that? Can't you see how it's like? Maybe that's a bit dog saying that it looks that bad. See, bad is like totally not it. It definitely looks like a punk rocker thing though. That's all I'm saying. Oh, you can't see it. Shame. I have to fix that because like. Okay, actually, let me think. This is what. See how it's like. Punk rocker. Is anyone gonna tell Pink like no Pink? You like misspell your name. Or are we just gonna be like accept like no? That's just what Pink is. It's kind of OP. You can like totally like do that if you name yourself like that. So rude. But like also like just because it's OP like. So it's just OP to like capture meaning. You just full on hijack the name. And then get yourself like so synonymous with the brand. It's actually like what Nike did with the Greeks. And their like IP. The Greeks IP. Nike full on jacked the Greeks IP. Like the Greeks intellectual property. Totally jacked. Okay, pink Dalmatian is way like super spotty by the way. Like a pink one with black dots. Who doesn't think of pink? Maybe I'm just super basic. Gotta like really picture like her patting the dog, that's the thing. It's harder to visualize further away stuff. But if you visualize it here, like so when you close your eyes, instead of picturing it like up there, if you picture it like here, and you can picture the dog, and I can see the dog, like because it's doing things within my. So if I picture myself at Sono, and then I can see the dog, and then it's way easier for me to imagine her petting it because it's within a context like that I'm most familiar with. So, which is from this perspective is the one I'm most familiar with. Like the perspective like of how the reality physically manifests. That's the perspective I'm most familiar with, is like visually is like this. So if you want to visualize it in your head, it's easy to do it. Like I see that desk there, then see a dog go up, like literally like it's there. It's way easier to visualize the Dalmatian. Like before, it was actually kind of like hard because I'm like trying to picture myself from like third point of view, and it's like. But if I'm seeing it like that's Sono and like they're literally there, rather than looking from my thing and like trying to be like third perspective looking down, that's way harder. So like you build up the environment around you, like VR. Like, oh, I'm at Sono, alright. There's the... Oh, what if you put both of them in the same... What if I picture like the Dalmatian climbing up to order the food, and then Danielle's like, no, like, dude, you do not know how to use an iPad to order things like Dottie? That's a bit too like far, like calling him Dottie is pretty lame. Like, it doesn't help with the meaning either. But like, of course it's Dottie, it's a Dalmatian, dude. And then you put the two scenes in one. And then you don't need the red filter. Then the scene itself is like, the scene becomes like, damn, it becomes a dot. It's just, of course it should be both. Of course it should be both a dot and to order. And probably like 4 other things. Of course. That's how your brain thinks about like water. Like of course it's just, water is water, of course. But it doesn't do the same with like there. It's not as of course, like it learns it though. It learns to make it of course. But like, I think melding the scenes together is pretty OP. It just feels OP at least. Like it feels like it would be really. Seeing that scene now, problem is I'm picturing it up the front. So bad, dude. Okay, it's supposed to be, it's 3, so it's supposed to be in like the kitchen. I've been being lazy with it. I'm remembering it like it's the front, but it's because that's where I just think like to order. Of course, it's at the front, but no, you have to be like diligent to make sure. All right, no, it's third tone. It needs to be in the. It needs to be in. It needs to be in the. Doesn't need to be in the kitchen, but it's like just general, you know. Play with it as you wish, but like just general structure. I'm really not doing a good job at like showing how this is the fastest method. I'm just sitting here like this, and you guys are like, dude, you haven't done anything. Yeah, honestly, I was like, it's you gotta like full on like be like this dotty thing, and you gotta see it. All right, I did. It'd be so much easier if I moved my head. All right, it can't just be like that because then I'm picturing it in the sky. But if it's like down there, I can like, there is the floor, and then I'm like, all right, there's like the kitchen bench, and I can see as it like moves. Like, oh yeah, you can totally. So it's like, all right, I'm inside. What does it smell like? You know, the kitchen, and what does it feel like? All right, it feels like that, like the person with the hat, like I'm doing my cool stuff, like what's up? And then you flip that perspective and you see that's what it feels like. Like steam going up. It's great theatre. You got to make things like a show. You got to make it a theatre. That shows like how well put together a society is, like how much theatre is there in their food. like the creation of it when it's like professionally done. I'm trying to work out whether if it's better to have the characters interacting with you in the environment, or like keep the environments like pure to the meaning. It's got to be pure to the meaning, but it's so hard to like keep that look from a first person for like a ghost. You have to like do that because it'll just naturally give you their reaction when you do it like you're there. If you feel like you're a ghost, like, oh, I'm just a ghost, but I'm on, I mean, like, spectator mode, then you can like see how they react to the environment as individuals without reacting to you. That was a true saves. Fuck. So getting into spectator mode is not a seed, it's just difficult because it's like new, but I'm sure it'd be like, after a while it'll be like second nature. And it's hard to like not, you don't want to induce the Dalmatian to like do it robotically, like move around like a, you want it to naturally, you just want it to be a Dalmatian. You don't, just the idea of a Dalmatian and then it like spawns and then it just acts without you forcing. You want to force it when it's like, let's say you get like a director does with his like showing the feet up but like closely, but that's not what you want to do. It's not about the feet, it's about like the Dalmatian, it's about the idea of a dot. So you have to just let the Dalmatian spawn and have that spawn point as a dot, and then it happens to be a Dalmatian acting normally, but really you're really honing in on what a dot feels or is, like the spawn point. So dude, whoa, whoa. It's like this dot idea, bro. Like, bruh, really needs to be a dot. It's not a Dalmatian, man. I was full on trying to force myself thinking like about the Dalmatian. It's not about the Dalmatian. It's about a dot. You have to really feel a dot. And then like, you have to make, maybe you have to make the visual of a Dalmatian just really feel like a dot. Be cool if I had like man, this is really this would be a serious collection, but like it would be a long collection to make, but it's pretty sick. So like, I haven't seen a Dalmatian in person for a while, and last time I did see it, it was like walking down the street. And I was in the car, I was like, oh, look at Dalmatian. That's like that Disney film. It's not fantasy, like the idea of Dalmatians existing. And I was like, there it is. It's real. Cause I guess because I saw it once. Can't have that mindset in the 21st century though. We haven't yet adapted to like feel complete distrust in everything we look at the news, except for the stuff that like is trusted. What do you have to do with this? It needs to feel like a dot, and it needs to feel like to order. And it, so like you, oh yeah, that's what I was saying. You go and you go like find a Dalmatian, and then you put that in like your memory bank. Like you actually go like touch a Dalmatian, like smell a Dalmatian, and then you like really, like instead of it just being what you think it is, your brain has like proper synapse or proper syntax. I don't know those words properly, so I don't want to bastardize it, but like if you meet with a Dalmatian IRL, full on like your brain should have an easier time creating the idea of like dots. What if you like really to me it's an eye that represents a dot, but eye is super abstract, so it'd be cool if you like met with this Dalmatian with like a physical eye, like this, like a statue of an eye, the letter. And then like when you're meeting the Dalmatian, it's like you have the eye there in your field of view. And then that's how you put together my true, what a dot is like something abstract. And then you put that same onto the physical, onto something that you can physically like see and touch. And then it becomes easy to like memorize it that way. That would be sick. But like, how am I gonna, I'm doing it with my right hand because I'm writing an idea that I've already come out with. It's like, meet Dalmatian with eye statue and brush. When it reduces down, my idea of a Dalmatian, actually, like when I let my mind like reduce it down, kind of like, it does it naturally, like reducing it down, it kind of least resistance, path of least resistance. Like it starts off as a Dalmatian and then it morphs into like a smaller dog, like a literal smaller dog that isn't a Dalmatian. It's like, I don't know what it is, I'm not a dog expert, but like it's a smaller one, dude. So if you don't actually meet a Dalmatian, if you meet it, your memory has like the least resistance. When you're like creating a memory, the least resistance is the memory. So if you've met the Dalmatian, definitely helps. And then if you tie it in with like eye, the abstract eye, pretty sick. I guess like I should create a to-do list, like props to like meet. Dalmatian. Maybe I'll like star that. to go back to these sets to like reinforce them regularly. Probably want to like move around in the room, like really get a sense of space. Like look at how the furniture moves as you walk around. And it will change. So my idea of what Sono, what the set is it's not necessarily that restaurant. It's like the idea of like that restaurant, which is just like a sick experience in a restaurant. Maybe I want my set to be that instead of it being the literal physical Sono restaurant. It should just be like what in my head the set of what the idea of like a sick restaurant is, and then that is just AN because like Japan is Sono. So Sono is a Japanese restaurant. Walk, take, regular. Look at that, that's cool as hell. Look, it lined up. You're not gonna believe me because like it was not on camera, but like, can we get like some like scientist who like has like access to a microscope to like confirm this, please? Like go right in there and be like, yeah, no, it's two different lines. You got regular, I did the R, and then I did walk slash take regular tours through your sets. What is this Sono idea has me tripping. This one right here has me tripping. Bro. I mean, has to be the feeling of what Sono is, because I cannot comfortably remember what Sono is, like how it was when I went there last, but I can remember what it feels like it to be at Sono, and then I recreate the set around that feeling, and that is my AN. You have to take regular tours around your evolved sets. Take I guess this means like I have to find out the other meanings of like Dian, because I want to try and use that. I want to try and Murph as many Murph. That's the morph as many I want to try and overlap as many and have them in one as much as possible. Because it will work that way, where it's like, it's just to order n. I didn't question that underlying assumption, to be honest. That's pretty, jeez, that's gonna throw a wrench in the work, because like, what if a dot and to order food? What if it doesn't? It just doesn't come from the same place. The question is, can it, while still being fast? The answer is yes, because we do it with there all the time, like there, and there. Just like intuitively get good, like. No, you have to. Nah, I shouldn't overlap. Maybe you're deaf. Maybe this red filter idea is good then. Because it has to have some differentiating feature. So maybe like with. Dude, if I did this, that's really commitment to the game. I have. Like when I go meet a Dalmatian for the first time, I have like styrofoam red goggles on. I have, and then there's styrofoam here. And then I like meet the Dalmatian. And then I put that visual onto a dot. And then so I can morph them. That would be, imagine going just like, I'm just being like, what would you even say to that person if they're wearing styrofoam like that? Like, bro, you like legit like 3? What are you doing? Bro, I'm just committed to my game, man. Respect. I mean, legit respect. What more can you say? Like, just respect. Who am I to question you, bro? Respect. It's like, what game? I guess you could, but like, you don't want to sound like you're being like looking down on like. That would be so sad. I'm legit trying to know, like, your game. That's mad respect. That's actually mad respect. But at the same time, like, just definitely are crazy because you're wearing red styrofoam goggles, bro. Like, you can say it's like, it's my game all you want, but if you did it all the time for every Dalmatian, like, I mean, like, you like did it every time, like a Dalmatian lived at your home and you constantly wore him, okay, yeah, bro. That would be like, but if it's like one time, it's like, oh, damn. That is real commitment and mad respect. Alright, so to do is definitely meet Dalmatian with it can be the same scene. So a director can shoot the same scene many different ways, and like what they choose to focus on. So the same like it can show the same space-time theater event, like the same atoms and particles, they all do the exact same thing within like this. It's like a repeat thing like that, and like you look at it, it's repeating. But what the director chooses to focus on, like in this one, chooses to focus like when he's like through here, this much through, he focuses on this. It creates a whole different meaning to like, it's like this, and he focuses on like the waiter, like wiping it. You know, it's OP. Like, my goodness, I've forgotten about. Hell no. I need the search. Where's that search at? I'm in legit. Should be like bang. Top right. I wonder where Westerners mostly put their eyeballs when resting. You get that data. Like when they think search, you look at where their eyes would go. You get that information. You go like, all right, 80% of Westerners when they think search, their eyes dot bottom left. And that's where Windows is. So I would take that one because it's like most Westerners use Windows. So that's why my eyes went bottom left. So you really want search to be the bottom left on a website. Let's say that theory is correct, where it's like a lot of people who use Windows look bottom left. Be very cool if you could like the browser could like figure out, oh, this person's on another OS platform, and then if it's like on a Apple one, and like Apple is top right. If I was like an Apple user, I reckon I'd look top right, just instinctively. So if it knows you're on a Windows computer, it puts it in the bottom left, and if it knows you're on an Apple computer or OS, puts it in the top right. That would be sick. That really would be sick. That would be sick. Okay, what other Dan is there? Can anyone holler at me like the best Chinese like dictionaries online, please? Yeah, okay, I was gonna say like use search. It's a sick idea. So you got like, you see like these names here, like Diane Fossey, like Diane Sastro Wardio. That's pretty lit. And then my boy. Oh man, that's funny. I mean, I have no idea. If you click him, I mean, he could just be like a mean person. Diane Way. And then you'd be like, alright, I learned about this person, then this person. Or like what, like in terms of what ones did you want to click first? Which is this one, just because it says military officer, and that's pretty lit. I don't think the use of militaries, it's like, that's hell. So saves. So avoid it at all costs. But still, the strategy is pretty lit. Like games like that are lit. Just like games like a lot of moving parts, like whoa. Bit of room for error, but also like not where you have to really take real concern, like, is that variance, or is that just natural variance, or is that just an error? You have to be, because it forces you to be like more specific onto your principles. It's actually a harder game, way harder. Like, you are full on like, which is of my strategies are a leak, like costing me, and which of these are just like, I'm always going to lose money here, I'm always going to lose here. And then it's just like, think about how many needless human lives, just like things that we know for certain experience, how many needless like experiences is like just being cut short because like of a mistake of like this person up here, and he just made a mistake, or she just made a mistake, but the stakes were like military, so it's like these people are on the mistake line and then they just like die, and it wasn't like a spot where it was like, all right, they're always going to lose there, but it ends up being for the good. It's like, no, these people like straight up, this was a mistake. It'd be great if like, I think like all, I mean, as long as people are responsible with who they elect, then it'll never need to get to that point, because it's like if everyone had reasonable good systems in place which like avoid bad people getting in control of like the military, then that's how you stop like bad things from happening. Because like, probably like Washington's decision to like stop after 2 terms, like that is mega genius. Like, bro, this guy is like held on to like power in its purest form. He's like, bro, I can't touch that. That is, get that ring, get that the fuck away from me. Like that, it actually is what happens to people. But instead of going invisible in our reality, like, that's like Tolkien's. And he's like, and I know he's like, it probably is the most OP, like to be invisible, but like, I'm saying like, as far as we can right now get, like, maybe that's how I think of power, maybe. But I mean, it's just logical, like power to like move things, like, just more stuff is being like moved and changed, like that's just clearly like power, like it's just, I mean, maybe that power is, because Tolkien definitely made it like, you go invisible. Maybe not, that was how the movies did it. Maybe it's something else. There's probably a lot more to it. He's probably a smart dude. He's probably like worked out the meta. Like, what's the most OP? And, okay, if it's not in its purest form, George Washington at least had a lot of power, like a lot, and then was like, no. The wise thing to do is to set a legacy of like giving it up. That's like so sick. Because like ultimate power surely corrupts everyone. Like, it's just too like, it's too hard not to, surely. Like, how many mistakes do we have? How many times do we have to make that same mistake? How many people needlessly need to die because of this miscognition before we just finally go like, all right, George, let's follow his legacy. Just that tiny, that idea of giving up, of like creating a legacy of like, not his whole legacy. Like, you take the legacy that is conducive to like, so you keep your own reality, you know, you don't need to full on transpose the whole thing, but you might take like this strand, keep these for the same. This is the strand that does like 80%. And let's say that strand is like giving up power, like making a legacy, like the leader gives up power. and isn't forced to, but chooses themselves to like give up power, then that legacy, like that's one strand fixes 80% of like the problems related to like too much, one person getting too much power. And then like, and then that would be just sick, because then you're solving 80% of the problems for like a massive problem, which is like people being irresponsible with a lot of power. Like, are you kidding me? Like, that much power? And then they just get jacked up on themselves as like a god complex. Like, I'm a god. Like, bro. It'd be hard not to see yourself as a god when like you say, I need this thing, and then halfway across the world, like literally, and you've been traveling on the world, you know, like it's a long, you see a lot of land, and you're like, man, this goes for a while, like no joke. We've been traveling for like 10 minutes, and like I swear that's a lot of information to process. And halfway across the world, that's like another 14 hours of that. So like times that by like 6 times 14, like 84, dude. Like 84 times, maybe not. If that's wrong, holler at me, because what is it? Is it 84 times? No, actually like 86. Probably how your brain chooses to like memorize things or like remember things. I'm pretty sure everyone's would very closely resemble it being you're at the place looking, and then you just, because the idea of the third person thing and then looking down, it just is, that's just not how we perceive. So because when I remember myself in like a plane, like looking down, I like literally like saw the thing there. I'm like, whoa, I like reenacted that. You saw me, like, but that's actually what I'm doing. Like, there's the plane window. Like, bro, like there it is. There it is. So like keep these 4 strains, because that's what makes you like you like it, keeps you unique. You know what? Let's say just like a bit of randomness, just spices it up. We just like a bit of randomness, dude. We're not looking to be like the most perfect, like perfectly perfect society, like to like what perfect is, because like we want a bit of randomness to like just around the edges. Like that's just lit. The other people looking like, no, come to the efficient, super efficient market. It's like, it's real lit being super efficient. It's like, nah, dude, we want a bit of randomness, literally. Screw you. We want there to be cloud soul and ocean soul. You mad? Like, you want, like, that's just, we just do randomness. And then it's just like, sick. That's how you truly know. Ooh. You look aqua dragon, like, okay, so you look at like Diane Fossey, and like, okay, you can see how your mind thinks by like looking, all right, I wanted to click on the military officer and not the researcher. But if you click on the researcher, you go, all right, but and you like have no, you like just full on, there's no interest in military officer. Then you go like, all right, and then you look into researcher, and you look at the semiotics that like jump out at you there, like, all right, I really responded to like the part in his life where he like full on These names are kind of like similarly structured with like, I'm just looking first at like Doyo and then like Goro. I'm working backwards like Ord and then Diane Bossy. Is it Deanne or Diane? Probably Deanne. How do I say that? Deanne. I think the West, like, we automatically just like, our tones must mean different things. Must mean like everyone that with like, we probably put tones onto things that we just dislike. I'm just gonna use this one at the moment, like. I'm just, like, I don't know enough. I haven't like, I haven't done enough research into like which one is like the best, like one. But like so far, wait, what is it? Like, I could probably just looked up Chinese dictionary. Would have just been there, dude. That's why I clicked it. But I'm only clicking because everyone else did. I haven't actually done my own research. Maybe everyone's just like, I'm doing it because everyone else did it, but it's not actually the meta. Happens all the time. It's like a lag effect between the meta forming and not like knowing what it is, and it's how much access, and it's like a wave, and it's how much access you have to the smartest people that allows you to know what the meta is shifting to. That's why you want the smartest people around the person making the decisions, and you want that person to be like really willing to hear difference of opinions and change their mind based on what the smart people say, but then also is guided by like a really strong, well-rounded, like good moral compass. And then they like filter it through like both the moral compass and okay, it's a store. No, I have to, I can merge all the green ones. Maybe not all of them. Holy shit. Yeah, not all of them. That would be like lame. You want to take this one. Merge these ones. Because this one will have its own prop. This one, iodine, right? Iodine. Iodine, dude, I don't know. Saves. Chemistry saves. I have to really think about, create my own mental, like, how does this work? With like, it's just like this. You have to really think, like, this is the way it is, bro, and just accept it. Like, no, what if it's like change? Like, nah, like legit, what if? Nah, bruh. It's like full on this way, no doubt. Newton like proved it, bro. This one has different like props than like this one. But have taken how long? My god, 3 hours to do 2. That is hectic. That is hectic workflow. No, it's actually good because what you do is you like, you experiment and then you find, but once you've found it, you go hard. Once you've found the path of least resistance, like the best part, then you go hard. And like you have to do it for yourself. Maybe like you don't draw on the left, any writing. But if it does work, then like respect. So we've got to order food. Is it to order food? Of course it is. I'm sorry to question these guys. Like the geniuses I call them. Like the wizard teacher geniuses. It's just they don't look like Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White, like full on. What was I saying? Is it the same person if they've changed? Like if they've gone through hell, maybe they like, you can't say it's like the same person. They might have the same exterior, but like Gandalf the Grey went through hell, and then that's why he like returned with like a shade of like a black shade, like, cause, and then turned to grey, cause like, dude, you really do. I mean, if you really care for a cause, you will go through hell for it, you know. But there's no question you're gonna be like changed when you go through hell, no doubt. I mean, I don't know. So these guys, because they don't like to look like wizard geniuses. Kind of like, okay, they don't look like really like wise, so therefore they're not wise. How could they be wise? Like, it's dumb, but like, you probably do. Probably some dumb thing with like human. The way we think, where it's like, you need a beard, or like, I'm not trusting his shit. Back off. It's like just to allow like the elder to stop like young people from like without beards like racking. So like the people with testosterone more likely to like do the stuff early and go out and like get it, like respect. It's like, learn from that person. But like, sometimes people just have genius. Sometimes you're just genius. You don't have a beard. What then? You're just not gonna believe them? No, you gotta take the idea. Like, wow, that is like clearly genius idea, genius execution. Doesn't have a beard, don't care, like, genius. That's assuming that this beard thing's even correct, but like, I back it. I back it. I mean, Aboriginal elders have like beards, like, surely like all of them do. Surely that's like communication from like the 40,000 years, like, or I mean, maybe not. I mean, totally not. Totally not, because like all the individual tribes, like maybe like 90% of them didn't have beards, and 10% of them did, and we just got like left with like the 10%. Bad communication. We've just lost all that communication for no reason. How good would have that been to have that information to rely, like, to use to like, it's like one-way communication for those people from that time to communicate, like, and when you just like kill, like, what happened, and you just like kill the idea, and you like boom, kill the people, boom, you just miss out on all, like, how sick would that information be? Now I just have to just like kind of like hope, like I really hope all, like, that all Aboriginal elder have beards thing is like some communication of like how they saw the status of beards in their society. Like, what if it just wasn't, like, if we just got like the, I mean, what are sieves? You want to keep as much information around as possible, like, so that we can make better decisions in the future. It's literally so simple and so like just like that idea. Then like people would just be like, nah, I want it like, I want that land like now, because like I want it. It's just like selfishness manifesting itself on like a larger scale, like, because they're playing, it's the same game being played, but like this person has like a bunch of power, so it's like they have bigger ripple effects. And that isn't bad per se, it's just like, it's important for them to have the responsibility of understanding where they are. It's like, you are very powerful because your actions have very large consequences, but like, so these guys do like dot, oh I see, to check on a list, to choose, to order, yeah, yeah, yeah. The idea of that is just like, when it's like food on a restaurant, it's like dot points. Dot, the idea of like a dot point. It's like the idea of a point and things to touch briefly, you know, that's like a point. Hey you. As long as you remember that, like, Dien, 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 Dien. You really gotta have that like bounce to it. Dien. It's like a negative x squared parabola. You really gotta have that. Yeah, so like this idea of like Dien is like, to order food at a restaurant is like, That's like an example of what the essence of this is. The essence of this is how you imagine, like, I guess, like, you make that up yourself, but how I imagine up, like, a series of dot points. It's like, what is a dot point list? It's just like short, sharp. The essence of it is like short, sharp. Warren reckons that, like, nah, I'll say that. Like, Warren totally reckons Bitcoin is a massive scam, because he really does not believe that, like, online stuff can, like, have, like, value. He's just like, no, that, all it is just another way of sending money. And he's just, like, convinced that it's a scam because of that. He's like, it's just another way of transferring money. What's different to, like, a bank account? Or, like, just, like, money being born. It's like, dude, like, people on RuneScape put a lot of value into, like, the party hats. If you look at the current RuneScape 3, like, economy, those party hats have kept on going up, kept on going up. As long as that game is around, people are going to want party hats. And as long as people want party hats, they get more scarce. And I guess the point, yeah, that's obvious, but, like, the point is, these people in this video game economy have, like, full on, look at the price of red party hats, bro, blue party hat, dude. Check it. No, is it this way? No, it's... reflected, it's gonna be... No, it's not that way. It's gotta be this way. How does that look? Like, bang. Does that look like it's going up? If you're watching that. Yeah. Like, when you look at grass on the screen, it does come from like that. I should try and find where... Is it there? No, I'm going the wrong way. No, I'm going the right way. My God, what? It's like legit, like, learning to fly a plane in those video games, like when it's inverse. I can see where that is, and then move like that much, so it's like, bang. This is blue party hats, bang. Keeps going up, and that's just like that you can be like, that's just pixels on a screen. But it's like the experience of, like, it definitely mimics the experience very, very well. Very, very well. Lit well. Like, mad lit well. Like, mad lit well. Mad lit well. Like, straight up. Like, and the evidence is blue party hats are going up, bro, and they're still going up. They've been going up since 2003, bro. People want it. So clearly, like, Bitcoin is just like, or like, just like cryptocurrency, but like, it's whatever the one has the best technology, like, which is like least resistance. But also, like, least resistance to the idea of trust. And then the trust will, like, expand and contract based on where the value is. That's what Jeff was saying, and like a bunch of people say this type of stuff. But like Jeff was saying in this interview, he's like, dude, and I'm sure he didn't say this, but like it's like these quotes are being repeated by like these guys were like, yeah, it really is true. Like I'm at 80 bill. I heard this when I wasn't at 80 bill. I heard this when I was just like a normal like hedge fund dude, yeah, just, you know, regular run of the mill New York hedge fund manager type deal. Maybe not the manager, but like, bro, he gives you like the powers of it basically, and it's like, do it. Not in that evil way, but like, go, bro. It's an ad lib. You're like we're like paying you to be like a movie director for like IRL, like full on like set up scenarios, like just there's the money, go make it happen. And then the rest of us, like, we don't know what games are being played. Like, we just have to look for value. Those boys are like, those boys and girls, sorry, but like, surely it's more boys. But you know, those people, I just see him obviously as like Bobby Axelrod. That's like the character. Surely that's well portrayed. Those guys are playing games between themselves, and they see money and like that as like outplaying themselves and shorting each other and stuff. It's impossible to win at that game because like Charlie and like Warren have been saying this forever, and then Jeff repeated it, which is like, it's a weighing machine. It is a weighing machine in the long run, but a voting machine in the short run. I think that quote's definitely not fully done. It's definitely like, in the short run, it's a voting machine, a trolling machine, and a like game playing machine. Like where like little mini game, like little hedge fund billionaire little mini games, like, ooh, let's try and like trick the other guy into thinking this is a good product, but like setting it all up, and then psych, bro, psych. It was trash the whole time, but you believed it had no value. Basically, you trick the other managers into like thinking there's value where there isn't. And they're all trying to play this like short-term game, I guess, because it's like AI land, and it's like, oh yes, this is so fast moving, and it's like almost like made an excuse to be like, yeah, we're just constantly like, it's so fast moving that we just make short-term decisions on like everything now. Like that's when no, it really is a value machine in the long run. So you really got to think to value, which is what Charlie and Warren have been saying for like ages, like literally so long. They've just been like, dude, it's value. You can win on value because values are principles that stay the same for like almost everywhere, virtually everywhere, like literally everywhere. I'm talking space, time, like where there's a human experience that has value. And then like universal stuff, how lit would it be if like when one day when it's like universal truly means like universal values, and like we go like Earthsil, which is like human experience type of deal, where it's like within the human experience, like these are our values that are like the best, but like we accept like our values are different to others. But like how can we say how can we say that's possible when it's like we can barely even do that amongst ourselves? So like, it's like everyone's fighting for like, no, this is our values right all the time, but like no, like you have to chill when it comes to like international, like, bro, let him, that's like its own microcosm, and it's convinced that these are its values. In the long run, it's a value machine. We'll see, mate. If that state disappears, that guy, that person is like voted wrong and then ended up dead. Like the idea is dead. You're dead pretty much. No one's like looking up the Wikipedia stuff of like when it's interesting enough, and then it like I would use Washington for example, the example for how he gave that up. But like, the bigger the idea, like the bigger the characters, and then you make your character big, then like you're alive in people's minds, and it's like your character, and you're only ever like a character to someone else anyway. So like, I mean, to your experience, you're definitely you, but to everyone else, you're just a character. So like, if whether they're a character with people who are present at the same space time as you, or a character, someone like 500 years, or like with Washington with me, I built up Washington's legacy. I can see his character in small glimpses of time, though. Like when it mattered the most, though, I would say, like giving up, like he's mega rich, mega politically rich, mega militarily rich, like this dude, and had all like mega politically capital influence. This dude literally was like top, virtually as god mode as you can get within these physical bounds. Like he had it, and then he's like, no, this is too much. I need to give up at least my little like political thing, because like that is just too many rings to wear. If America, the idea of America was dead, then Washington would no longer be a character to me, and then he would die. So, because like in my head at least, and then think about all the characters who died and like previous. I mean, yeah, think about how many good characters are dead because of like the mistakes of like bad politicians, like corrupt, or just corrupt people in power in general. Like 10 generations, 5 generations, 10 generations after the legacy was started, and then those people forgot the legacy, and then it may have had the same branding, but it was like different, and then it just got ruined. It's really sad. I would hate that. That would be really sad. So it's like the responsibility of like people in power to like try and hold on to the legacy as much as possible. Obviously not like to the point where it's just like you have no, what happens to corporations and ideas all the time is like they become so rigid that they don't adapt at all, and then they die. There's some values that like will always be the same, and that's like, you know, sharing will always be good. The scale of sharing though, like that is the question. It's within like how much does a society have to like, is it though? It's a tough one, it really is. Maybe sharing isn't a universal value. It's like, that's a tough sell for me, but it's what the Americans really love. They really love that. They love the idea. It's like, dude, these hedge fund managers do get to like full on play the games with each other, because like they earned it. Like they proved that they can predict the future more than anyone else. Really, I mean, but then like when those people aren't about predicting the future as much, and it's like just about like cheating to get up. I mean, that's where the billion story comes into play. But then it's like, how can this politician be like so against this other power? Because all it is politician or like hedge fund manager, they're just power people. So how can this power person hold this person in line when they're still breaking, like they're still hypocritical in it? It doesn't work. You need to have people who like are not hypocrites to enforce it. Because if enforcers are hypocrites, then like you're not going anywhere. Like straight up, you are just, you'll be listened to by the smart people who like understand like how to find value. But in terms of like really illustrating it to like children, basically, the enforcer needs to not be a hypocrite. Like, totally. Totally. So that political power player needs to like. And I'm Brett, by the way. Does anyone know if this is like, what questions would you ask to find if shapes is good value? Like, what values would they have? What are the long-term values that make up the most successful? So you find like the evolution formula, and then it doesn't, because markets, taste and hair will come and go, but so you can't just have like a principle like, or a value like in this evolution formula to find value in companies long term. It can't just be like every third month they like pink hair. Like, nah. That's just like too many variables, too many factors, like bad questions to ask. That's just like too rigid. It's just not a good question to ask. It needs to be a question, because markets will change, but if the values of the company are like what to look for in a changing market. So like how to find where to look for change of preference. Look for market preference change, probably. Yes, please. What's up?
You want a toasty wrap?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. Are you guys mad? Sorry about the chewing, my bad. Sorry. That's my autism. What values to look for in a changing environment for like a corp? I like the idea of like instead of saying EG, you do like square brackets. Probably how coders have probably already figured all that stuff out. Like the way to like communicate like that. They probably have some like good principles for like communication like that. What language to speak when? Very important. But also at the same time, saves. Legit saves. It's kind of like a really, that's what I feel like. It's like, really, this is what we're doing. if it's not balanced on the other end, for sure. Sorry, that's actually not autism. That actually is. That's so rude. You mad? You mad? What values? They have. So you just look at the companies who've been like around for a long time, and you find like, and then you can like get clues on the evolution formula, like the values of groups of people. Corporations is just a group of people. Like, groups of people come and die all the time. They come out. They might like know patch 10.16. Alright, they might know like 10 point like the like 10 what something in 10.16, right? Something in the world patch, the world's patch. Like they just know that Lee Sin is like wins 64% against Senna because of the flash kick of on an immobile and ADC, and she's a late game carry, so you know, pretty obvious. You kick that late game carry, and it's like flash kick is so easy just to do. It's so easy to pull off. If Meteos can pull it off and make it look good, like anyone can. But like, bro, you're hella good in like 10.16, right? You know this one Lee Sin, but then you also know if you put Tom Kench versus that Lee Sin, it goes down to like 49%. So it's like, run that Lee Sin, bro. Their win rate, your win rate goes down to 49%. We'll take that gamble, bro. We'll run it 50. We run this like 1,000 times. I'm on top. You mad, bro? Like I'm winning. You pick that Lee Sin. I'll pick this time. You're at 49%. I win, bro. Fuck off. Get out of here, legit. Do it, bro. That's what you say. And then they go, oh, we can't pick that Lee Sin because they got that Tom, bro. They got that Tom up their sleeve, legit. So we have to pick Lilia now, like, because they picked like Shen. But the point is, you get like real sick at one patch. Congrats. Are you going to be there for 10.17? Are you going to be there in season 11? Are you going to be there in season 12? Are you going to be there in season 13? Because if your organization doesn't have the ability to adapt to like a changing environment, doesn't have the values of that, then it simply just will only be good in like patch 10.16. And yeah, it might be like a really important patch because it's like the world's patch, but so it's the most important to do well in. But what was I saying? Something like, it's like CLG versus TSM, really. Like George lost to Reggie straight up. That's just what's Reggie, like, bro, make fun of him for being talking to bananas all you want. Make fun of his TF blue cards all you want, bro, but like he's straight up like won TSM versus CLG. Like CLG, sad. Like, and really, what happened to CLG? They didn't. You, dude, can you literally give Double Lift like some space? Like literally let him full Autisberg out, because and just accept it. Literally, you'd be like, oh no, find people who'll accept it, bro. Find it. Also, like, cage them up sometimes. Like, put, like, double lift. Like, you straight up cannot live with the rest of us. You are just too fucking just like, man. If we tried to have like a really, it just wouldn't work, bro. But like, oh, like it just isn't working. Like, sorry, just get the hell out. But like you go like, hey, but for scrims, please, full on spur out about like how awful that decision was. Problem is though, and then make it like a real, like an environment where when he does that, it's not rude. Like, it's not rude. You do not get like insulted. That is what Ray does. I mean, Ray Dalio literally goes, yo, well, let's create a meritocracy. Let's full on create like only the best ideas win. And he's like, I mean, you gotta, this guy's onto it. Listen to how the people, they put up free content on YouTube, like of their CIO, COO, like these people. I'm pretty sure the CIO and like COO, like bruh, just chatting for like 36 minutes. Like, that is like how Bridgestone is like, what's it, Bridgestone Pro? It's like Bridgestone. To me, it's just Dalio. Like, it's so much easier to like, if you create like if you think of it as like a brand, it's like really complicated. But if you think of it as like a person, like the heartbeat, and like who is the decision maker, who is the principal decision maker, and what are their values? That's why I like the USA, because you really can like, you see their principal decision maker, and then they're honest. They're decently honest about like what. Listen to Bush's last, dude. Bush's last. Press conference. The reason why people think he is a liar is because they can't. It's easier to believe than him just like being as honest as he actually is. Like, he is actually that honest, and you can see how honest he is. Or you can just hear it for yourself. You're like, wow. And I hold that same view about the elitist Europeans as he does. Like, when it came down to like full on protecting, like they didn't say like, don't do that for us. So really they did agree, because like their silence is agreement. Like, if they really didn't agree with it, it would be like, no, don't protect us, like, by using these methods. It's like, and the idea is you find that heartbeat person, you see, and then George Bush is like super obvious at how he like makes his decisions. Hell yeah. And then as long as you know their mindset, as long as you trust your opinion, you don't trust someone, you trust your opinion of them. So as long as you have people that you really know how they think, then you can like at least anticipate their moves. Like double lift, like that's what I'm saying. Like, you find like the heartbeat of an organization. Clearly, double lift was good stock. CLG couldn't handle it. Like, George legit probably lost his mind at like double lift. He was like, bro. Whereas like not even worth the brand anymore. He's like, man, I love CLG, but I don't love it enough to deal with this like double lift tangent zone, like, bro. But what I'm saying about giving a break, I mean, give the guy a break, bro. Like, come on, dude. This guy is like full on like winner, clearly, full on winner. Give him a break. Like, just winner. Do you winner? Just keep winning. If it's in like, just like look at how like it's like he's winning in the most innocuous, like there's no harm whatsoever. Like just keep winning as much as you want, please. There's no harm, it's only good. Keep winning. You do you. George is like Siebes. George is the owner of CLG. He's like Siebes. So like you really think about organizations. Coca-Cola is like massive. You just see it as like the brand. It's everywhere. It's like that's how they want you to think. By the way, Coca-Cola is everywhere. Obviously, it's like synonymous with this world. It's like of course it's everywhere. And so it's like all right, if you're in this world, you just like Coke. That's how it is. Which it is true though. Like Coke is lit. It's also hella sugary, but like pancreatic cancer is actually a problem. Such a saves, dude. Cancer is such a saves. So if we learn how to like fix cancer, it's not just curing cancer, it's also the always everything that's opened up. Like, alright, I'm worried about pancreatic cancer because of sugar, but if sugar's no longer a problem, dude, if they fix like the pancreatic cancer, and because like some cancers are fixed, it's not just, you don't just cure cancer, there are specific types. So like the HPV cancer Dr. Ian Fraser did was like cured, I think, like uterus cancer, is it? Some cancer, like related to HPV, I suppose. But it didn't like cure like throat cancer. Be interesting. The ones that you like come up with are the ones that are like the first. I guess either the ones you're most worried about, probably. Even though I don't even smoke. Yeah, you full on see the individual, and then it's like, all right, sick. That's how that's the value of the individual. So it must be something about the individual in power is like smart enough. How smart are they to like delegate? Mad lit. Thank you. On my way. Thank you. You see, I'm a massive life noob. You'd be like, dude, this guy's a massive life noob. If I can do it, bro, you joking? I still live with my parents. So like, if you're like old and you're like looking like, wow, what a noob. And I've done this. What excuse do you have, bro? Oh, literally, I do. I don't know how many friends I have. Like, I got like so many friends. Like, you couldn't even juggle it, bro. Whatever, dude. Like, literally, whatever, dude. Like, nice value, bro. Like, you mad? I can do this. And the thing is, if I can do this and you can't, like, you really don't have any excuse. Like, you really don't. Seriously, it's like actually sad if you let me do this and you can't. Like, if you admit that in your head, if you think about that, that actually is really sad for you. Like, if you like properly think about it, guys, like it's sad. What a lie. What a lie. You know, people who like read, they take like so long to like process like chat, like bro, and they go like, but they're really deeply thinking about it. You know, so it's like really like, oh yeah. Nah, you're supposed to get like the feeling of the chat. What is the mood? And then respond to the mood. We're not supposed to be like, wow, that's a really great and interesting new perspective I hadn't thought of. Bro, if you do that, like so many like people in their 40s, like they get live streaming. Like, oh, good one. They just missed 50 other messages. Bro, like just take in the whole picture and then respond to that vibe, man. The people go like, people like telling you like the mood they want, like more people will respond in a positive way. Companies will be able to like gauge interest of new products based on like the reaction to Twitch chat. That's gonna be a lit game to work out. The companies that like find the rules to that game the best, if everything else is the same, the companies that react to like the mood of Twitch chat that Twitch chat shows, or just like, you know, any live stream chat, but like Twitch chat's pretty sick because of the emotes, dude. The emotes really capture the human experience really well, but only if it's like a good emote. Like people can really lessen the value of like the emotes. And yeah, I did just move that glass. I mean, definitely makes it look more like real. It's probably gonna look like that. But like day 4, I'm just gonna stop giving a fuck at all. Like literally, like anything. Maybe that's signs that like maybe like day like maybe by hour 50 of the live stream, it's totally gonna look like that, dude. Oh my god, it has to be done though. It's so lit. How would I like beat the live stream record? No, I mean, you don't want to do that. Like, cause then you're creating like, then everyone's doing like, what a stupid competition. Cause then you got people like, most Chinese characters, that's like just if you just stay up for it, like for as long as possible. That's like trying to hold your breath for as long as possible, like by yourself. That's like, I'm guilty of like doing that. That's how dumb. I'm saying that's dumb as hell. And then someone was like, dude, that's so dumb. I think my mom was like, don't do that. That's dumb. I'm like, why? Like you legit pass out. I'm like, I'm like, isn't life a video game? Like, no, you die, bro. Oh, see, who's dead? Like, there you goes dead. You're done. Like, see. I mean, I guess there's no more saves, but like, saves that. Like, but it's like to me, it's like, dude. I mean, it feels like Mario, but it's not. Like, what happens when I drown like Mario, bro? I mean, I just respawn, surely? No. So it's just, I'm saying how dumb I am there. But like, surely most characters learned between sleep sessions. That is a comp that like I could get around. And I wonder if there's like, where the diminishing return line would be, where it's just like, where it follows Mike Israetel's like, like down here, there, follows like Israel's like idea of like volume and hypertrophy, how it's like, I mean, and then there's like most adaptation, and then like there's a fall off. So this is volume. The X is like the amount of work done between recovery. The amount of work done between recovery. And this one is, what is this actually? This one's the amount of work done. Because he's got like, bro, how can I say I know this if I don't actually, if I can't? Okay. It follows this trend though, and the trend is just intuitive to me as hell. Like, but if I can't explain it, then I guess I don't really know it well. It goes up as you do more work. Better adaptation, better adaptation. Then it hits a point when it's like, and then that's like that overtraining idea where it's like you did too much, and then your body couldn't adapt to, and you actually worsen the adaptation process. I wonder where that like hour mark is. I would say like long-term efficiency, definitely around that 16-hour mark. Like surely that just makes sense. Some people it's like 18 hours and sleep for 6. Some people it's like 15, sleep for 9, you know. But it's just around there. Certainly long-term adaptation wouldn't be around 80 hours. But it would be lit to just do it and just like, number 1 on the record, baby. Like, come chase me, bruh. Like, I got like, how many do I predict? Like, you can do 80 in like 16 hours. Just like what I did yesterday. You can do like 30 every 8 hours. 35 every 8 hours, and then it's like, but I haven't like full on like efficientized, you know, made more efficient this process, like my process. This is what I'm doing, like dude, you've done 2 characters. Yeah, bro, you gotta play around with the variables, mate. Check out how the system is most effective and most efficient, and then you commit. I mean, bro, if you're committing willy-nilly to long-term things without like committing to like what's the most efficient path, like, bro, that's just XP waste, man. Like, legit, bro. You don't want to deal with that. Like, that's a major saves. Kind of looks like I could I could just be a standing person. Now that I've removed my knee, I could just be like a really small person standing up, like a soldier, like. Or I guess the chair gives background that I'm in a chair. Like, if you didn't know that was a chair, if you thought it was like, if like that just wasn't a signifier for like gaming chair. But also maybe I'm just like a normal sized person who's a massive room. Maybe I'm just like a normal person. I don't know. It kind of does look weird. Like, I'm just standing. If I'm like standing here, it does look weird. Like, but like I'm sitting here, but I mean like from the perspective of looking at the character, like. And I mean a character, like, I know I'm me, but like, dude, the Twitch, like this live stream, get up, like, come on. because like it's a character because it's like a projection from your perspective. It's a projection, so that anything that projects is like a character. I swear I'm not looking at me. I swear I'm looking at the different way it's framed. Like, give me a break. I'm not like feeling like, yeah, like American Psycho man like this. Like, nah. That is funny though. I mean, I reckon like you gotta get 80 hours just because it's like pretty lit. Because you can. I mean, as JFK said, like why fly across the Atlantic? You know, he's like, people may ask why the moon. And it's like these same people may ask why climb the tallest mountain. You know, that why do it? Because it's there, legit. It needs to be done. It needs to be conquered. It's there to be conquered, dude, for real. I mean, it's physical Earth, like there. I mean, you do it. Like my boy Andre, who full on skied down K2. Literally. What? K2 is like Everest, like cousin, like straight up. Number 2, K2, Killer 2. Pretty sure it's like more hectic than Everest. It's a big call, but like that's what they say. I think, I don't know for sure, but I mean, K2's got to be bloody dangerous for certain. That's what I'm saying. Like, geez, I'm sure it's not like the most hectic, the most dangerous one. Definitely isn't like. It's about the treachery of the path. It's not about how long it is. It's about how much the treacherous per like meter squared, or like meter treachery per meter. The highest value, that's like the most. That's where like everyone who's like into that is like, bro, that is like. And it's one we've like we've never heard of, but like if you're in that like environment, like that is totally the most. And what they're saying is like that's totally the most treacherous like route. Like you can walk, let alone ski down. He skis down it. Andre, what? And he's like, he just kills it. And what's lit is that he can like, he live streamed it. Maybe not live stream, but like, you can see him do it. He's got the cam thing. How lit? You're gonna be like, bruh. Like, I might see what you see, but I totally don't see what you see. Like, in terms of, you can see the same like snow that he sees, but in his head, he's like worked out. Like, he can see like. You watch it and you'll see like the snow. It's like different layered, but it's not. It looks like one layer, but in his mind, he can like see like, ooh, I know the path to like. Because if I go on that one, like I avalanche and I'm done. There's no way it's just simple like, oh yeah, just ski down it. Like no, it's probably like very treacherous path. I would have to like imagine. Like I mean, I don't now. I don't have to imagine. You can see it. It's so sick. Shout out to my boy Andre for doing that. And shout out to whoever sponsored that and made that happen, because that is sick. That's why I like the Germans, and maybe the world. But especially the Germans who like hate on the Red Bull brand in the soccer, like, and sorry, in the football. Sorry. But like actually like soccer, I'm not gonna lie, like say soccer because it's like football, like nah. Legit, it just doesn't work. It literally just doesn't work. Football. It's more like, if you're gonna be like that, be like no hands ball. You know, football is like the ball. Where is? Okay, you can't be like, all right, call it no hands ball, but like football. Nah, there's some. I could delve deep into like why football is like do have to finish this page though. Dude, look, yesterday I did like 78. The average is like as long as I average 40 a day, I'm there. Ugh. So I'm at what, 79? One more. That's to get to average, but like, why be average? You know, like, so I mean, push the page and then it's like lit. It's like, all right, I'm ahead of schedule. And then it's like makes up for the days where I'm like just really like mega saves, like true saves. And then I'm like, can only get like 25. And then other days I get like 70, let's just say, because I'm just feeling it. So like protects me on like the down, it'll protect me on like the down swing. You really got to set yourself up to like protect yourself from the downswing. Downswings. Downswings are saves. Downswings fucking suck. Dude. Because you just have to accept it. Like, it just sucks. It's just the way it works. Like, there will be just periods of bad luck. But as Charlie says, like, whether the tide is, whether you're swimming and the tide's for you or against you, you just swim. You swim either way, so like you just have to accept it. Like sometimes there will be periods where it's for me, against me. Like you just have to accept that bad luck, good luck. You just have to accept it. It's like just swim, just get through it, and just like that's why you can never like be happy about like good luck and be unhappy about bad luck. You just have to be happy about making the right decision every time. Because if you're happy on the good luck, then like you're supposed to be like equally as unhappy on the bad luck or something. Like, I'm not saying be a robot, but like I kind of am. But like, you don't want to apply the same. Maybe not. You can trick yourself into being happy and then never being like unhappy when it's bad luck, but being happy and positive when it's good luck. That is the most OP. I'm writing that one down. That's how OP that one is, because it's so true. What is it? Happy, you know, and sad. So sad, like forget, or dismiss more like. Dismiss as like irrelevant. Then happy equals positive. And then it's like GTO. That's a GTO mindset right there. People who hate on GTO, you're a noob, like literally. Imagine not being able to connect the dots between like multiple games. There's a single strategy. No, not a single strategy. There is a GTO, like there is a game like being played. You set the rules, but you also have to work in within the rules of everyone else. But like, as long as you're within those rules, that's what we all agree on. That's the law. That's what the law is. So it's like very important that like you keep up with the laws, or like they will really like just deteriorate in front of your eyes. Like, that's what's happening with YouTube and like this Google. At least what Google's saying. And I trust Google more than I trust my government. I'm gonna be honest. Just because like they totally aren't being legit. Because they're constantly like got ulterior motives. For example, I'm talking ulterior motives with regards to like regulation. So regulation ought to be. Like this is like, and how they got to clearly define like what suffering and like is happening, and what stuff like what improved, and like they just okay, remove poker from Australia, all right? Oh yeah, you really care about gambling, do you? Oh yeah, or you just hate the debt being like, you want to like improve gambling in like Australian conditions or something? Hmm. Hmm. Then you wouldn't make it illegal for or hard for like Australian people to make their own poker companies like online. So they made like, I actually didn't read into the law. That would have been a good idea. To really read and be like, it's definitely like, how illegal is it? Is it just illegal for like offshore, and then indoor it's like good because they're trying to like promote Australian jobs? I mean, gut instinct tells me nah. Gut instinct tells me Packer goes, yo, Crown, we need way more money. This is a problemo. Like, look at all this wasted money that's going to the Isle of Man, which is like poker stars, like headquarters. And then like, he's like, look at this. This is just unacceptable. And then he says something like, don't you think that we should promote Australian jobs? And then it's like, oh yes, of course, we should promote Australian jobs. Mm-hmm. And then, if that was really truly the case, then online Australian casinos wouldn't be illegal. Because it'd be about promoting, think about all the tech jobs and stuff. Just saying, like, that's way more jobs than just, instead what it was about is like pushing people towards the IRL casinos. It's such a fail. Like, that's got to be what it's about. I'll do some more research, but like, and like read the law just to double check. They really make you read the laws like straight up. Like, read these laws. Oh, bro. Why they gotta be so like saved? Oh man, like, it's, they really make it saves. Like, they really make it saves. Hmm. And I'm such a good procrastinator. I've done two. I got stuck at this idea of like trying to merge, this dot, this point. It's really about point, like point. Yeah, there it is, like point. Sorry. To light, to ignite is like a point of fire. So I should probably take the most practical. I should probably like, pretty sick idea. It's pretty sick. Not gonna lie. So I look at I look at the word, and then I take the most practical application of the word and I put that to the right, and then I take the principle, the value, like the essence of it really. So it's like the essence, which is like the point with Tien, that's the essence of this. And then the most practical application, like day to day, when you're talking, would be to do with like communicating briefly, quickly, your point. In other words, ordering, like for example, rather than not in other words, for example, to order food at a restaurant, or to touch briefly, or to hint. To hint is like subtle communication, it's like a point. To touch briefly is the same thing, but it's like a brief touch. And to order is to communicate briefly how you want your food to be prepared. So it's like left, we go that's just terrible writing, that's just not. It's hard finding the balance between, it's just terrible writing, I'm actually like embarrassed by that. It's hard to find the balance between like what my left hand, how it wants to like move, and like how my right hand thinks it's like telling it to move it. Or, and just bad writing. That's just bad writing. Actually, so annoying, dude. The essence on the left, and then I'm thinking too deeply into like the letter, like going like T, write T now. It's not T, it's just application, dude. Like it's just, you're just writing, like, it's not T, it's just like that. Like, you know, it's just like oh, like, come on, dude. Like, come on, dude. It's like, it's, no, like, it's just not what I'm doing. Practical application of, you have to like trick your mind. What I'm, this is so cringe. It's actually so annoying. It's just terrible handwriting, legit. Just because it's like, I'm not, it's not that like it looks bad. It's just, I know that I'm thinking with my, thinking to write it like I am with my right hand. It's your left hand. I have to write it with my left hand, dude. Left hand, I can't like transpose my, what I think it should do. That's just what, how my right hand has learned. You have to like let it learn for itself. So it's actually annoying, dude. I actually am annoyed. Because I just keep getting in the way of myself. Like it just keeps on like going up to the front. Like fuck off. Let me just like left hand's like, dude, just let me do my thing. Can you rack off? I'm actually just, I wish I could feel more disgust to like really like get that out of my brain, but like I'll keep making that mistake for a long time. Like it's gonna take me a long time. That's just saved. It's so hard to be like that smart. Like it really is. Like it's just like, I know that's bad, just remove it. You have to really be good at like tricking yourself. E.g. I did it with the first two letters, and then I think with my right hand, it like, go away, dude. Just T is not a T. Like it's like it's not like what I think, which is like tea. It's like just tea. It's just tea. Dude. Like just tea. But then if you go too off the rails, it's like that. It looks like shit, bro. Bro, you just try to learn with your left hand, like writing, like chill out, man. It's just shit. It's the principle of like having a bad mind should insult you. Like seriously. It's not about like left or right. It's about having a bad mind and removing the miscognitions in your own mind. And if we all do that, we just eliminate suffering as much as possible. Like, I think about how much, as I said before, like so much suffering because of miscognition. If we all just seek to like better our miscognitions, it's lit. And the fact that we aren't all made aware of our like cognitive biases. So that's like literally like the rules of like what here's a list of heaps of miscognition. They totally like don't make people aware of that because if they're just like OP, if you know them and everyone else doesn't, you can just like easily like hurt people. Oh yep, they're gonna fall for this one, and just induce miscognition by using cognitive bias that other people aren't aware of. Like, and you keep them that way. And you can do that because like you've convinced people that paying for the education system is like evil. Really, it's like no, like it helps them, but like they just go like no, it's evil. I'm not saying any names there, dudes. I didn't say anything, bruh. I didn't point fingers one time. Also, like this camera, I'm not hating on you, like, oh, I'm making excuses. Bruh, it is kind of like, this is full on in my POV, and like, come on. You can be like, dude, look at that, mate. Shout out to Shapes. They treat their workers well. On it. Respect. That's mad respect. Like, just having that, like, having to like work around that, that's why I'm moving my head. It's giving me a bit of a, like, it's giving me a bit of a fucking headache, legit. Like, look. I mean, and then like it's learning, it's like trying to like constantly think with my left hand while there's something obstructing my vision and I'm like trying to like see around it. It's like making it like harder. Because when I'm writing on this phone, alright, this is, I'm not gonna lie, this is a pretty lit phone. I'm not sure how good they are with security, but like, so I'm not gonna shout out like the company name, but like it has a stylus. Now I'm not even gonna cover that. I'm not giving you any branding. Like, rack off. Till you prove like how willing you are to go for like security, like with, like Apple did it with like they showed it. You got it. They know like they showed it with like they were like to the courts like nah, bruh. They did it anyway. NSA, like of course the American government just like always gets what they want because like at the end of the day they can say to the Apple like bro, like no, open up, and they're like, we will make your taxes 100% and you will die. That's what the American government can say to Apple. And it's like, we will literally like put all your workers on a no-fly. Like, we will make it illegal, everything to run your business. Like, we will kill you if you do not open it. And then Apple's like, all right, we'll open it. But like, they're pushed into that. Whereas Samsung, oh, I just gave him a shout for no reason. But like, maybe you shout in like a negative way. Because like, is there evidence that they've like pushed for security like that far? And honestly, like, I mean, and it was, the NSA just needs to like full on. Those people totally get away with just some nasty things, like just really like little like menacingly, I'm a powerful, I can see everything, I'm God, man. Those people totally are attracted to that. And that's the purpose of like the Fifth Amendment, and like that was forgotten. And it's like the founding fathers are like straight up like, dude, do you not know why we have the Fifth Amendment? So like it's about like keeping boundaries. It's like boundaries, dude. Like that's the essence of the Fifth Amendment. Much the same as like the essence of the First Amendment is like the boundary in the, it like really sets the boundaries between like everyone else, like government, and like the individual. Because like really sets them like, bang, there it is. Freedom of speech, but like, and freedom to like not be searched. It's like really obvious like meaning markers. And then it's straight up forgotten with the NSA. I mean, I guess though it's true, because it's like, this is a big experiment, the internet. Like, we might not, this may be one of the filters in the Fermi paradox, like that just like advanced civilizations just, they hit the internet and then they just all like crash and burn after that. They just can't handle it, like just like they don't handle that adaptation. And that's why we don't see like alien life teeming everywhere. It's like the internet, like basically the essence, the idea of like vast intercommunication just like isn't for everyone universally. Yeah, like this, what I'm saying is like this is in my POV, so I'm like trying to like not see it while also like trying to really think with how my left hand wants to like write, and it's like that you can be like, oh, that's an excuse. I guess it's an excuse, dude. It's because I want to be perfect straight away, because it's like, as I know it's just a mindset. So it's like you can like trick yourself into that mindset. Like writing with your left hand well is like just a mindset. So it's like, oh, why can't I just think like that and then just do it? I guess it's more than a mindset. It's like the neurological adaptation as well, but like strengthening the pathways. Still, that's just like, I'm saying like this T is just unacceptable. Like that's just straight up like not like how my left hand wants to write a T. That's just like being just shit at writing neatly. Like, or like neatly, I don't even like neatly, just like how people think it's defined, where it's like rigid, like straight, like how, no, neatly is just like about communication. Like, not wasting people's time with communication. So if I have to like go like, what is this? That's writing neatly. But at the same time, writing not neatly is so troll. Like talking like not neatly is hilarious. It's so funny. Oh man. It's so cool to like see it's in the bottom right. That's why I'm looking over here. It's like, dude, it's actually like a full-on stream. Wow. It's because normally like I don't like when I see this like the streams like I can't like move, and then it's like when I move my head like the video doesn't move, but with this it actually does. Whoa. 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 Sick. E.g. ordering food, like singularity, is like it's a. All right, with is that the first one? That really is the first character. Didn't I start at 4? Wow. That's 5 hours for one. You best hope I remember that one. If I imagine I like straight up just forgot it was like about like. I mean, I see it like a spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. So maybe it's not a Dalmatian. Cause it's about like this singular essence. Like the singularity that makes up the essence of something, like the. Which is more represented by like, I mean, heat, like flame. Like that moment when it's like, you're doing this, and then there's like a instant like moment of like heat, and then that spreads. But like, is that better than a Dalmatian? It's like spots. It's like a pink Dalmatian. That's like spots. That's like spotty things. That's something that's like spotty. Oh, bro, I have to change. And then I'm more annoyed because it means like I have to be like, way more efficient next time. Because you don't want to be like I hate being careless. Like if you just like correct the first time, you don't need to like. If you're careless, like you constantly need to backtrack. But like it's kind of good to be careless because it kind of like forces you to like test. You need to find like a balance between like. Oh, maybe that's me. I need to, but like I'm gonna tell you how to live, bro. I need to get a balance between like testing. What is it? Like being so careless. I test. Balance. Being so careless. Like being careless enough that I test like assumptions or like I test my POV and being accurate, precise for oh my goodness. Like just knowing that I have like this pink Dalmatian. You know, it would be a good idea, so it's not wasted. Thank goodness. Now I'm happy because like, that's not a waste. That pink Dalmatian, because like, that a lot of work went into making that pink Dalmatian into like, It's like a cool idea for like a spotty thing. It's not a. It's not what Tien is though. Like, but it's totally what. Like Tien that looks like this. Where is it? That really is about like the essence. What was I saying? There's a difference between like I said, like there's a difference between Tien. What was I saying? I've just forgotten what I was saying. It's like, oh yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I was it's like so hyped. I was like, this is a sick idea, and I just like, I'm glad I mulled on it because like, I actually rate it. So what it is, I'm gonna like try and find spot. I'm gonna go to the Mandarin Blueprints search function. Be like, spot. I'm gonna go to MDBG and go spot. Yeah, here we go. It's like, as you can see, it's this one. And oh, are you kidding me? If that's like malted, like bro, that's like way more specific. That's like, if someone like tried to like tell me that a Dalmatian was like freckled, I'd be like, bro. I'd be like, bro. And that's where like fluency really comes in. It's like you like no, like no, there's a difference in like freckle and like, but like you can just that'll come with time, I suppose. But like also it's like accuracy is pretty cool here. Like yeah, you will like evolve and like learn. Like no, freckle is like something. Oh my goodness. That's cool. How sweet. How beautiful. That one's alpha. want to like remember like ban, like pink Dalmatian and ban, and then for it to actually mean freckled, like I full on go chat, and then I say like Dalmatian. Do they say this? Like Control F. Is it being said? It is being said. Look, you Control F, I Control F, ban, and it's like you can see it there. You can see it there. Oh, you can't see it there. Yeah, there. There, the orange, yeah. You can really get into the mind of like, it's really good to like see like Google images like this. I wonder whose Google is better, like Mandarin or English. What did I type here? I typed in spot Dalmatian. Let's see what English says. Spot Dalmatian. There's more the Chinese one feels nicer. For me, I think maybe just because there's more dogs. Like the one on the right, the English spelling has like more like art, like that and that. I mean, and the other one has more like dogs. But check it out for yourself. But like, alright, I'm glad that they, at least from what I've seen, like a small little microcosm, like of Google image search, is confirming the idea that like ban is this, just so this like pink Dalmatian doesn't go to waste. Put into ban. Oh, do I really? I mean, actually, looking at it now, it's actually not that hard at all. I mean, it's just the king. In the middle, there's like some samurai, like, Chaw. I mean, it's just like king, like, with like that. Probably means something else. Probably means like, be cool if it was like a bad king, because like, it has a unsteady foundation. And then you got like, yeah, it's straight, this one. I think you have to go like boom, 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 and then you do that, but like, you know, kind of spammy. And then I told you it really did look like samurai, like, Chaw. That's could be like, this is like king. And this is like bad king. Unsteady. Am I really gonna turn into those girls with multiple colored pens? I can't say I hate that person, but like, kind of bugs me. But like, it totally would be useful to be like, pink is like, I can just filter the pink out when I'm like trying to be like serious. I'm like, all right, I really need to find it. If it's all black, then I have to go through like. But if you're just using pens willy nilly, like, I mean, respect, but just that I'm like no XP waste kind of guy. Like, that's why it bugs me. Like, please keep doing you. Don't let me bully you out of like making your world beautiful. You know, unless your way of making the world beautiful like involves taking unconsenting people and like doing evil shit. Like, then I will bully it out of you, bro. Because like I hold myself to that count, like, and that's like what it's just what you do. Like, you keep yourself accountable, like using that, and then you keep other people accountable. Like, don't be evil to unconsenting people. I mean, if you're consenting being evil to each other, like the NRL, isn't that cool? Nah, I mean, like, the grubby shit is pretty evil. The real grubby stuff, like the malicious. But then, if the judiciary system is like doesn't punish it that hard, then like that's like the cost benefit analysis. The judiciary system sets up like the cost benefit analysis. It's like sometimes it's actually like in your best interest to do an illegal thing if the cost benefit analysis is out of whack. It's up to the judiciary, and at the same time, but like, you don't want to be like detracting from the human experience, because that's just dog. So like, the perfect thing is something that like doesn't detract from the human experience. If anything, it adds to it. Like, at least it doesn't detract. And then also, the cost benefit analysis structure of that really heavily favors doing it, and it has like the punishment isn't like equal. It's like way too small for what it should be. But then like, I guess that's kind of just like what freedom is. It's just like, yep, just do it because we're saying like you can do it. And then like breaking the law is like just dog, because it's like, it's kind of like, yeah, there was like a monetary incentive, but you're trading a monetary incentive. No, it's just wrong. Just wrong. You gotta follow the law. It's only fair. Unsteady foundations. Okay, so like this pink Dalmatian has to be put into. Hey, let's just put it here. And then let's put this prop. Let's just put it here into this one. And then, I mean, I kind of saves fully fleshing these out now, like, but I mean, that totally is like a samurai knife thing, like. like Puss in Boots thing, like, you know. Maybe not. If you haven't watched Shrek, you wouldn't know. But like, Shrek kind of is like everyone like thinks Shrek is sick. So that's why I say you know, like I'm talking like over there, but like you're up there, but like that's just so like it's not weird, but like it's easy to talk to like a face, and that's why I'm talking like over to the left. But I like have to like see that as a face, but I'm not sure what it looks like if that is comfortable. I guess it just is, yeah. If you see like Tyler doing it, he does it like naturally, and that's what it's like. At the same time, like Tyler, fuck off. Fucking loud American dude. Such a Americans, man. They're just like Americans, bro. We get it. You're loud. Like, spare me. Nah, I mean, I like that you're loud because like, but like, my God, like, you're really loud. But like, I respect it and I love it. But like, sometimes it gets obnoxious. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Very rarely though, because like we all like you. Because like, I think Americans are great. Legit. On the whole, like Americans are so sick. Like, I love America. I really do. So sick. It really is. Those people are so like awesome. There's a ton of cringes, of course. Like, don't get me wrong. Like these Redditors, man. My God. You people, like a lot of you people are so cringe. Like, you have to see it to believe it, but like, I just feel like you know, there's these Redditors. Like, if you watch Americans' personalities, like, so cool though. Like, so many are like, man, I like that person. I guess North American. No hate to like other parts of the world, like saying like, oh, you know, you guys have bad personalities. I'm just saying, Americans' personalities, they know how to make good personalities. They really do. Think about Paris Hilton. She's super talented creating this personality. It's like hilarious. So we've got an unsteady king, samurai, king. We got BA. And we got B, and then we got AN. I think B is. It's also I think Gan is dry, and Ban is half. So like Ban I've already done, but it wasn't. It had like Barney Stinson with like devil horns and stuff, and like a Christ shot, like a Christ thing. But this one is gonna have Barney and like Sono again, like Japan, like A-N. Barney. Barney Sono, and then the king, the samurai, and the unsteady king. Like, who is the unsteady king? Probably a good one in history. Probably many. There's hard ways to differentiate it, hey? Try, like, architecture would be sick. Way to communicate it, as I was saying, the Notre Dame, but, like, I come back to that idea and I still think it's lit. So, like, you should totally give that a go. Like, who do you even begin to talk to like, get... Do I, like, holler at the Pope and be like, bruh, make this happen? Like, I absolutely back that idea, like, 100%. Like, I know that is so sick. Because, like, I'm just thinking, like, how, like, because I know if I look back in time and I could see that, like, it would be so useful for me. So, of course, it's going to be useful to someone in, like, 2300. Like, but then, how do you even, like, talk to that person? Like, dude, you gotta have access. Oh my god, this, you have to, like, really, like, show your worth, like, before you, like, don't waste this person's time. You better make sure, like, you have to, like, prove yourself as someone who's, like, consistently making, like, putting value in the right spot before you have, like, access to these, like, capital pockets of, like, the, like, the Pope, or, like, it's like pockets of power, real power, like the power, like the, of, like, mass swabs of, like, states and people and ideas, like, not like just like little small little capital power that people think is like money, small little money power, like billionaires think that they're real sick in. Like, bro, you guys think you're playing, like, a real smart game. Like, okay, I'm sure some of them, like, are aware, like, oh no, like, a lot of them think they're, like, full god mode, and these guys are not even aware of, like, Air Force One, like the sound Air Force One when it, like, lands in some, like, country town. That is one loud plane, believe me. It flew, like, Obama full on flew directly above me. It was fucking sick. Actually was. Like, there is Air Force One, it's real. Like, and I, like, love Air Force One. Like, I love Air Force One. Like, I've loved it before I've seen it, and then seeing it, like, and then it was literally flying, and it was literally above my head. Like, I'm talking, like, straight up. I'm not talking over there, I'm not talking there. Talking literally straight. I'm like, there's Obama. I mean, it was pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie, like, sharing, like, the same XZ physical coordinate as, like, the most powerful man in the world, like the king of the world, virtually. But, like, I wasn't sharing the Z axis, so, like, it wasn't that sick. It was mad sick, and I was missing a key physical coordinate. That's how sick it was. Like, I was missing a major, like, physical coordinate. And even if I'm on the same plane, like, if you're a journalist on that plane, you're sharing the same XYZ coordinate, but, like, if you're not chatting, you don't actually have access, and, like, you, like, ask a question, like, all right. I guess that is kind of, like, that is pretty cool. I'm not gonna shit on, like, White House reporters. Like, I'm jealous of that. Like, that's mad lit. But at the same time, you can only ask questions one at a time. You don't like drill that person's mindset. Like, this decision is like terrible. That mindset is bad. You need to convince the Pope like that he needs to put some money in like architecture. Cause like, dude, we need to communicate in like 300 years. And then he finally convinces the Pope. Like the Pope's like the most old, like slowest moving, like you think Silicon Valley, and then like inverse that, and then you've got the Pope. Like this guy cannot be convinced of anything. You like try to talk to him and he's so like his mind is on rails. And I ain't talking like drugs, I'm talking rigid, like I'm not saying he's like doing rails and that's why his mind's like on rails. I'm saying it is fixed, it is going one place, and if you want to like change the rail, bro, you better rock up. You better have some seriously good equipment and some seriously good resources. You better bring the steel, you better bring the wood, you better bring the nails, hammers, the people who are willing to do it, or like the robots willing to do it. Like you, that is some effort. But like you put in that effort, I mean, you take photos, right, of like the place. You bring reports and you say to them like, dude, you need to build a train station here and you need to go here, like, and then you show like everyone else is going over there, and then like the Pope will be like, all right, fair as. Not only is it a sick idea, everyone else is like congregating over there and like it's starting to match up. And even though I'm like slow moving, like I guess train isn't like the best example because like the Catholic Church is like totally not a train. It's super rigid but it is not fast moving in any sense of the word. It's like so slow moving, these people. It's good in a way because like it really allows us to like test different mindsets. Oh yeah, there's the 15th century mindset. Yep, we're sure that like that sucks. We're certain, or I'm sorry for hating on like the 15th century. I mean like Middle Ages. Like yep, we're certain that just sucks. I don't think that I've ever heard anyone like say like take me back. I'm like people go like I'm an 80s kid, but no one ever says like I'm a 1100th 30th kid and then take me back. You never hear that, and I think we all just accept like that shit sucked. So, man, there's another half an hour gone, dude. Jesus. Dude. Oh yeah, what I get caught up on? This king. The unsteady king. Bro. The unsteady king. Like, the reason why, I'm embarrassed that I just don't have, like, an unsteady king. Like, I should know, dude. I guess I should do what's, like, relevant to me. Like, king is not like a person who wears a crown. It's like, the president's the king of the world, in my view, like the president of the United States, because they don't answer to international court, like the only country, which means that what you have to do to ask yourself who's king of the world is who answers to the least amount of people. And if you don't answer to international court and you're the only country, and then also in that country there's one person who like virtually like creates the rules, like that's the idea of the president. It's like literally like cannot, because the president can pardon anyone. and it's assumed like that they're always gonna like pardon themselves, or else why would they be doing that action? Unless it was like for the good, it was a bad law. Like that's like the idea. It's kind of like maybe not. That's the idea. I can't say that with like certainty, but you totally ask like who answers to the least people, and to like make their vision, to like for them to get their own way. Who answers to the least amount of people? To get their own way. Totally is the US president. Like who's an unsteady US president? Just want to embrace some memory, like totally the Don. Donnie. Like, don't get me wrong, he is funny. Like, he is hilarious. Like, objectively. Like, he is a humorous person. You even saw, like, Hillary Clinton, like, even she, like, couldn't hold back. Like, she really did, like, a 99% good job of holding it back, but, like, you could see that she wanted to, like, that she, like, found what he said funny, where he's like, I'm building on Pennsylvania, just the way he talks is so funny. But like that's the kind of the point though, is it was like the American people going like, oh they fell for it though. He's got a hilarious character that he puts on. His character is hilarious, like because if you watch him speak at the UN, he just loses it. He just laughs when he like goes like, we've done perhaps the most out of any president in his first term, and then the UN just laughs at him. Like, not laughs at him, sorry, they laugh, but it wasn't laugh at him. It was laugh at the character. It wasn't like a ha ha ha, it was like a it was like a like that's hilarious joke. Like they were in on the joke. It was like the UN were laughing like they were in on the joke. They weren't laughing like at the person, like, look, there's someone outside of the joke and we're laughing. It was like we're all in on the joke. That's how the laughter was. You can tell by the different sounds of laughter what it means. And then he just goes like he like loses character for like, and just goes like, he just couldn't believe it because he's just like, man, this character made it from the Celebrity Apprentice to like speaking as king of the world at the UN, like, and look at what he thinks he can get away with, like saying that. And that is what he gets away with all the time at his rallies. Like his rallies are like crack to listen to. Like he knows how to rally. His rallies are so good, but like the truth of what he does, then his character takes off his character, he takes off his mask, and then he just like does what he wants. He's like, dude, actually like, I'm just like a full-on narc, like who just I do what I want when I please. Like George Washington idea of like, this is too much power and I'm responsible. That's why he's like an unsteady king, because like I believe he does love America. Like you'd be a fool to think otherwise. He really would. This idea like because he loves himself, he therefore loves America. Because his character is like so American. Like he really is so American. So like that's how you can be sure he loves America, is like he loves himself, therefore he loves America. It's like the idea of like you don't like you trust someone's opinion, you trust your opinion of someone, and then you can like judge how they act. But he's unsteady because like he doesn't love America so much that he's willing to always not put himself first. Like this guy just will put himself first. Like you don't know when though, that's why it's like unsteady. The question is not like if, it's like when. And I'm sure there's plenty of examples. That's what makes him unsteady. But I think because he is American, who am I to tell anyone like that he doesn't deserve to be king? He does deserve to be king. He played by the rules. He won the electoral college. Maybe not by the rules actually, with like the Facebook gameplay. That was, and the gerrymandering. But like if the rules are changed and everyone agrees on it and stays silent, then that's just the rules. Like definitely unsteady, and he's definitely king. So like it has to be Trump. All caps, by the way. Such a clever brand, like all caps. And then Trump. Good branding. All caps is just like, yeah. Imagine if someone like always wrote their name like that. You'd be like, what? And then he does it. His family does it, and it's like, just accept it. Someone I knew did that, like, bro, what? Why is everything else in lower caps except for your name? Your last name in all caps. You're a what? It's just family history. My dad says it. Okay, bro. Who's like a steady king? It just would have to be Washington. I mean, the steady one is different to my favorite one. Like JFK, favorite, but maybe that's because he died before he could like do some. Because when people die, like especially when they die before they can like do bad things or make mistakes, because everyone will make mistakes eventually. You live long enough. It's just the vicissitudes. If you die, especially in unfortunate way, people like pain you as well. But like I can hear what he says, and like he did say, by the end of this century, we commit ourselves to go into the moon, because that is like, because the idea was, he said, his office said like, it unites all of our best features and takes all of our best takes the best of us, and it unites the best of what we can do to go into the unknown, which is the like it's just so sick, like the big unknown. Like we're constantly every day going into the unknown, like with like science and stuff. Like what is the unknown today? But like the universe out there, that's that big unknown. Getting to that Star Trek level. And in 1969, he said it in 61, he died in 63, they got there in 69. Is that just not the best thing? That's why JFK is my favorite for sure. I mean, that idea right there, like it's that idea that you, and just the way he sold people on like the inexpensiveness of the space program. He related it to, it was less than the Americans spent on cigarettes like a year. So he's like no more than we spend on cigarettes a year. And so it kind of like really puts it in perspective, like, oh, if I was saying it's like a waste of taxpayer money, and like, I'm basically saying cigarettes, the value of that cigarettes give us is greater than the value of if we went on the moon. And then like, you just know that isn't true, so you just can't argue it. What was that? It's like SIGs, J, F, K, force, POV, value, SIGs with moon, 9:45. Trump unsteady king, Washington steady. Cause like he was like, I don't think you can call like JFK steady. That's what made those Kennedy people like so likable, is that they did like seem like characters. They seemed like three-dimensionals with like flaws. I think it was the way that I think Robert Kennedy. Yeah, the way Robert Kennedy did that speech when MLK died, and then the way he spoke was like, it was flawed, but like that's what made it like. The words were like perfect. The way he said it wasn't, but the imperfectness of it made it like human, and that's like was very endearing. I think that's what I like about the Kennedy family, is like they felt human, although like their mistakes were like, I mean, dude, if you get freedom through the, bro, that Cuban Missile Crisis was like seriously close. That was like serious as hell. Actually, that was just as hell. No, that just was hell. Like, my goodness. Or it really could have amounted to hell. Like, both those people, it was so serious that afterwards they were like, all right, we need to direct both of the Kremlin and the White House were like, yeah, we need to make sure, like, it was so serious they have a phone in there for direct communication just in case, like, things got that heated. Like, that's how close they were, like petrified. They were like, dude, like the world literally almost ended. Like, the world literally almost ended. It was close. And they kept cool. He kept cool as. No doubt he was like talking to like all his Kennedy like people, you know. How do I remain cool, mom? Like talking to Robert, like, dude, this is getting serious, man. I remember when we were kids, like, nothing prepares you for this, man. It's like, no, bro, like, but you're the one for it. You're the one for it, Jay. I'm sure they had like nicknames for each other like that. It's like, dude, I know it's. No one's ready for that response. No one's ready for this. But if there's anyone, you are entrusted. You are entrusted by the American people. You can do it. And then it like full on does it. Like, some people would have cracked onto that pressure and like we would all be dead. The world would be ended. Glad the decision makers were steady in that situation. And that's what like is about. Like you've really got to be clever with the nuclear codes. But I think American people took like a punt on Trump this time because it's like, all right, where like the chances of like that being a thing, any like idea of like nuclear war being a thing, like the lowest point in a very, very long time. But if it was like any question or like some question, I personally think any question. Maybe not any question, but like even a hint of a whiff of a question of like, might whoever's in the office of the next like 4 years deal with anything to do with nukes? If the answer was yes, like Trump would definitely have lost because people would be like, hell, that's just deceived, hell no. Because like they were thinking, nah, nukes are off the table for at least the next 4 years. And really, right now, we're worried about like the companies, our markets being like not as efficient as China's. That's what it really is about. It's about trade. It's like our markets are not as efficient as China's. And then Trump's like, yeah, like I made the best companies. I know how to make, and like if there's someone you know will like make things good for like businesses and make businesses like attract the businesses in to come to America over like China, it's like Trump, because you know it's in his best interest to do it, and you know he's a narcissist, so you know he's not, he won't be able to help himself, but like there is that. So it makes a ton of sense from that perspective. So in that sense, he's like super steady because like Americans are hella worried about losing their #1 spot. They love it. They literally like, and China's about to overlap them in GDP, and America's like, the fuck? We're #1, and then everyone else in the world's looking like, dude, you've been a third world country for like a very long time. Like you stopped being #1 like ages ago. And then they're like, what? We're #1. It's like, no, dude. I've been trying to tell you this. Like, you were left behind a long time ago, but like, you just don't look outside of like your boundaries. And like, we're trying to warn you. Like, no, we're #1. And so from that perspective of like, we're #1, GDP, like we're #1. You put in a president who you know is gonna be a scoundrel for his own personal interests. Like that's what I mean by scoundrel for their own personal interests. Like scoundrel for their own personal interests. And if there's anyone who's gonna like, we knew like the Don was full on gonna just, I mean Reaganomics, just cut taxes hella, and it was just such a poor timing because it's the markets. The capitalists already have an unweighted amount of power because of quantitative easing. And then the tax cuts on top of that. Of course, they're just going to buy back stock. They're like, bro, if there was any more room to grow, like, we'd put money into it. We're just going to buy back this stock. Thank you. They have heaps of money. That's my point. The capitalists have heaps of money to play with. They're just like, we have too much. Cause like that's just QE, dude. That's what happens with QE. Warren is sitting on so much cash. Warren knows where value is. Charlie and Warren are sitting on like hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. They're just like, dude, we like, it's the people need, like, America needs to find value in education again. Put some value in education. God, it's actually like embarrassing. It's super embarrassing how stupid. Like a society's judged by like how it treats its, not just how it treats, but like how smart its like dumbest person is. And what America likes doing is like, I don't know, I just feel like education would be sick for American. I'm not saying all you guys need to be smart because like you can't see in your own self-interest and like you voted in Trump, therefore like you're dumb. Like, no, dude, clearly not. I don't think people who say that really understand like what's going on in terms of trade and in terms of America's position in the world and how they see themselves. But also, at the same time, I can't remember what I was saying. Man, another hour procrastinated. I'm good at that. Like, I don't mean to like fall on, like, I didn't mean to like fall on shit Americans saying like you don't know how to vote in your best interest. No, I'm saying like, I'm just talking like real, like, where is, like, point to me where Germany is, and like there'll be people who just straight up like point and like, is that like a state in Canada or something? It's like, what, dude? Like, you don't know the leaders of the EU, like that, like the EU is like massive, bro. Like, are you kidding me? And they're just like, nah, dude. They'd be like, oh wow, EU, oh yeah, I've heard of that. I'm like, what do you mean you've heard of that? So like, surely, but like, you'd be like, oh, that person can like educate themselves whenever they want. They can go on the internet and read. You got, it's education is about like inspiring a love of learning, so that people do like have the confidence to like back themselves and like stuff like that. And I think like Carnegie and Rockefeller and Ford, Henry, the Nazi, full on bought up like magazines. Like, I love, maybe he was actually a National Socialist, and then the Nazi Party, like, and then the National Socialist Party became the Nazi Party as we know it today. So I don't want to say like Ford was a Nazi, but like he was a Nationalist Socialist, at least. I don't want to like full on dog my boy Ford, but like he did propagate some like pretty evil like doctrines. Anyway, those guys were hella rich, and Ford like not invented, he really perfected like the conveyor belt thing, conveyor belt way of like creating. Not creating, it's the conveyor belt like process. And I'm pretty sure like the Japanese like perfected it though. With like, have you seen how sick those Toyota Honda AI like machines are, dude. Japan really is like what America thinks they are. America thinks they're Japan, but like that's because they don't know anything about Japan outside of like Pearl Harbor. Japan really is like the future. And I'm not just saying that because like today, like Warren bet in Japan. Like I'm saying it because like it's just immediately obvious. Like look at their AI, look at Toyota, look at Honda. Anything which like goes like and puts together a car, like what? Henry Ford was the one who like perfected, not perfect, he like really put that into place with like humans. So instead of the road being a robot arm, like he did it with like humans. He just like put in one bolt. So instead of one person like creating a whole car, they have to be multi-skilled. You have one person with one skill, like boop, 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 tighten the bolt, boop, tighten the bolt, boop, tighten the bolt. But like, then they got in. Then they like, I don't want to hate on those guys because like they were just doing the best that they could. Like, they saw, oh yeah, they saw like that this was positive because they're making money, society's growing around them, people are getting richer. So then they made the education system around that idea of like technical, like one skill type of idea. And like, I just think America could like have like a Bezos type, like the Carnegie of our time, to like really find the best system for education, and then get all the other his rich friends and be like, dude, this is the best system for education. Like we have nailed it. And then his all those like really smart friends like go look through it and they're like, yeah, dude, I've done my research as well. This is the meta for education. This would be lit. And then it's like, what do you mean this would be lit? We're billionaires, bro. And they all laugh like, oh yeah, I just remembered, bro. How could I forget? Like, I'm just impossibly rich. Like, how could I forget that? They all laugh like that. And then like, let's do it. All right, what's the plan, Jeff? How much money do you need? It's like, I need like, can you? I'll match. Okay, for every will you match 50 cents for every dollar I put in? Oh, Jeff, bro, you trying to, is this a competition, mate? Like, you don't think I'm rich enough to match $1 per $1? You don't think I'm as good as you, and you make it like a competition like that, like. And then he's like, oh, I'll match $1.10, bro. Jeff's like, nah, wait, I worked out the exact perfect amount of cash as well. Don't worry, you just need to match $1. We need to raise like 30 bill. That's nothing, bro. We just like 30 of us. That's just like a classroom of people. Give up like 1% of their wealth for like improvement of huge swaths of like society. But also America's like massive. So the federal government is not the same as like Australia's federal government. Like, you cannot have how can you have a federal education system in the USA? Like, it's just impossibly big. Like, it needs to be states. The states, just in the American system, like, from an Australian perspective, like, hell yeah, federal, but like, that's it. That's because of like 24 million people. That's just like, that's probably just Manhattan. Jeez. But yeah, each billionaire like sort of like finds their system for their state, I guess, and they get all their like state buddies, like their billionaires who are like states, and like, dude. And then the loser ones, like you like kind of like talk about, like, did you hear like that family? Like, because if they can't afford to like give money, like it means that that family's going like, and then they will talk like, oh dude, don't invite them to the parties. They're like super cringe. They think they're rich, but like they're just scared of like parting with their money because they know like they're not smart enough to make more of it. That's like what the room would get around, and then either they go accept it like, yeah, that is true, or they go, that's not true, and they match the dollar, and then they go, I'll prove you wrong. Okay. Ben, okay, we need Barney. Barney Stinson, the front of Japan with Trump. Maybe it's just Trump's hair. Like a Trump. Maybe the Trump? Maybe the Trump ramp. When he's like... I totally agree with him when he's like... That ramp did look... This guy is like... mid-70s. Like, if he falls, he'd seriously hurt himself. And that ramp... And he is wearing, like, slippery shoes. Like... If you've ever worn shoes like that and walked up or down a slippery ramp, like it is actually, if you've done it, like you'll know. You'll be like, that is actually like, I am afraid of doing that. And if I felt like nothing, well, it would be fun. Like I'm not 70-year-old and like frail. Like he hates to admit it, but like that's the truth. But like, so it is like fun. It is fun making fun of him, and it's fun like the fact that like he cares to like talk about it, but he also finds it fun talking about it as well. So it's like a fun like entertainment like loop where it's like we're all like, oh yes, Trump's scared of going down that upward ramp while doing a speech, and he like full on goes into it in his rally like he's like full on like, dude, I had to shake, and he goes through it, like I had to shake thousands of hands, and it was the end of a long like day of speeches and shaking hands. He's like, he like really showed like, I shook 1,000 hands, and he's like, hello sir, like well done, hands, and then he did like that 4 times, and it really put his perspective, like that's a lot of handshaking. I can imagine I'd be pretty seebs, but then like he could totally just like laugh and be like, but like, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I was hella worried about falling, and they did pick that up, so that is funny. Instead he like goes, terrible people, like lies. Good branding though, great branding. Americans are so good at branding. And do I just have it as Trump? Trump's hair with pink Dalmatian. Okay. This ban is gonna be the 80th, and that's an average of 40 for day 1, 40 in day 2. Okay, so I've got to really picture it. Ban Barney, front of Japan, and then you got Trump on the left, and he's on the ramp because it's like unsteady, as you can see. Like that's like why I talked about the ramp. It's like unsteady. yeah, I didn't finish like how like Trump is like funny. Like even Hillary wanted to like laugh at what he said. He's like, I'm building a building on Pennsylvania Avenue. So this is in the third debate. He's like, whether I get there one way, that if I lose the election, there's like I'm gonna get there one way or another, like something like that. It was like obviously he has that comedic timing sucked for me, but like it was a funny line. Like it was just objectively funny, and even Hillary was like had like a like a like a like even like it was like a but like she did a good job of like she had to hold in a smile. You could see because it was objectively funny. Like whether I get there one way. I'm putting it in his voice, so that's why my comedic timing sucks. But like, yeah. Alright. I pictured them all together like chatting, but I need something for like Trump, Puss in Boots, and like Washington to like, and Barney Stinson to all have in common that they like to kind of talk about. And then tied in with spots, and then tied in with this pink Dalmatian. I guess they all gonna communicate about the pink Dalmatian, so like they're all gonna tell me their opinion of it. So this pink Dalmatian comes in, and Barney's like, whoa. Hold on, like little fella or something. And then it would be something like, watch for the soup. And then it'd be like, canned laughter plays. Ha 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 ha. That's 80. Real tough day. Real tough day of work, you know, these three. Man, really went hard. Really a great amount of progress. Really great amount of progress. I'm actually at least I know, like, I've kind of like worked out my mistakes. Like, my mistake was definitely about like not being accurate enough with the essence of it. So I picked a spotty thing instead of picking like the point. And I have to like take more time to create like props that really represent a point instead of it being a spot. Because a spot is like a paintbrush. It's just kind of like way more lazy, whereas a point is like the singularity, like you're pointing at a singularity. It's like a needle, very precise. So it's like the difference, it's literally the difference between like a needle precision going into like, you know, doctor like testing your blood, and then like, which that's about precision, and then you got, and that's the essence of like a paintbrush, which is the essence of like ban, this ban, I like that paintbrush thing there, paintbrush, and then you got like blood, doctor, needle. And like, if my system, if I then can like reverse engineer that system, make dot points out of it, or follow that dot points. So like, how do I find the essence of something quickly? That's the question I need to answer. How do I find the essence? Alrighty.